We good? Yep. All right. All right, time is now 6:06 p.m. on Wednesday, October 29th, 2025. This will be our workshop commission meeting. Call to order, and we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. That was in my box. What it was, so.
Are these? Oh, somebody's being sued. No.
Roll call.
Mayor Jacobs,
Here.
Vice Mayor Kashem,
Yes.
Commissioner Mohammed,
Here.
Clerk Commissioner Hodgkins,
Here.
Acting Clerk Commissioner Morset.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Deletions or withdrawals to the agenda?
Just one correction, if we could, Mr. Mayor. It's not really a correction, it's an advance. Donna Rockfeld is here, and as you know, she serves on a part-time basis as our additional hockey net on the ice as it pertains to procurement. And she's going to be addressing the issue related to the specifications of the amounts and limitations in spending. And she has produced a memo for recommendation, which was sent to all of you by my office today. But she's going to illuminate that topic this evening. And I was hoping you would advance that item to an earlier stage in the agenda so that she may return to her family, who's anxiously awaiting her return this evening.
Which item number is that?
It's 8.10, Mayor.
10? Okay. All right, we'll move 8:10. And we'll start that. Sorry, 8. And we'll move that to the front of new business. And did Gloria have something on here we were gonna?
Who?
Yes.
Was there something from Gloria we were gonna?
We are pulling it.
Yeah, we're pulling it. Which?
8.1?
Oh, was it right there in front of me? It sure was. We're just gonna pull 8.1 as well from this workshop and move it to the next workshop. Anything else?
No, nothing on my radar.
All right. So we'll start with presentations. 5.1, update from Florida Atlantic University regarding redistricting of the town's commission districts. Town attorney.
Good evening, Mayor Commission. As you recall, at the beginning of the summer, the Commission authorized and directed the engagement of Florida Atlantic University to perform a redistricting analysis, which, as we know, is long overdue in the town. At the Commission's direction, our office coordinated with the manager to get the university signed up, and Mike Stam, who's one of the adjunct professors and consultants who handles their redistricting, is with us this evening. He has a preliminary report to offer to the mayor and the commission. This is a two-step process, which Mike can speak to a little further as he goes through his presentation. The first step is his initial findings, which I'll offer to you this evening. You're going to hear that there's likely going to be some recommendations as it relates to a reconfiguration of the commission districts. Step 2, which will probably come some point in December, will be the presentation of some recommendations regarding revised commission maps for the commission to consider. But I'll turn it over to Mike. He can work through his findings and how they conducted their analysis, give you their best recommendation as it relates to the commission's organization of districts. Thank you, Mayor.
Welcome, and please keep your talons redacted.
Sounds good. Good evening. My name is Mike Stam. I am with the Florida Atlantic University, and I'm here today to talk to you about your election districts and where they stand today. So real quick, my agenda for this presentation will be the redistricting team from Florida Atlantic University, what your districts look like today and what that means, the process that we take to go through this. We'll discuss the existing districts and present conditions, and then we'll tell you what the next steps should be based on our recommendations. So not with me today are two other members of my team, James Gamet-Clark and Dr. Ron Schultz. Together, we have over 50 years' experience doing redistricting. I personally have been doing redistricting over the last 25 years. I've got about 50 projects under my belt doing election district redistricting. Dr. Schultz, he actually drew your districts way back when in 2004 with Miller Consulting. And Mr. Clark has been working with us over the last 15 years on these types of projects. During the last cycle, we did about 28 redistricting projects following the 2021 census information, or 2020 census. So, your districts were adopted by ordinance. Excuse me, let me start quickly. The commission at the time put out a charter amendment or a charter request to the electorate, requesting the creation or the thought about creating election districts. So Ordinance 0271 proposed an amendment to the town charter, creating 5 separate geographic districts for elections. This was adopted, and then the commission adopted the current election districts in November of 2002 via Ordinance 02-1101. So what do? Every 10 years, the census creates data. It's called Public Law Data Set 94-171. It is specifically created for redistricting. It's apportionment data. It includes total population, includes ethnicity, includes race, but it's created for apportionment. So what we do is we look at the census data and we evaluate what your districts look like based on the population. Now, 2020 was 5 years ago. So we also, as part of this process, we talked to your staff and found out which projects were maybe completed following Census Day. And we also put those into our population estimate. Really quickly, I want to mention to you, when the districts were drawn, there was a population of approximately 5,122. Now, these are people that fill out their census forms and say that this is their residence. From what I know about Pembroke Park, your population grows during the season, but many of those folks will not fill out their census forms as residents of the town of Pembroke Park, which is always a challenge for elected officials and for towns in general. Your 2010 census data, you grew by 1,000 people. Now, in normal circumstances and through many towns and city charters, you would look at your districts every 10 years in concert with the new census data. Some cities, Broward County, they've got specific language in their charters that say, hey, you must look at your districts every 10 years. Other towns say you have to look at it if there's different types of growth. Your charter's a little unique that way. It really doesn't talk about or govern how you're supposed to come back and look at districts. So what we did is we looked at this base census data, and then we also did a projection to see how much you've grown since Census Day. So this is what you're all familiar with today. These are your election districts. Your districts are very unique, but your town's unique. You've got very unique boundaries and, connected through right-of-way on Hallandale Beach Boulevard, but this is what your districts look like today. Now, it's really important when you look at districts. I look at this map, I see people, and I see a jigsaw puzzle. Districting is a puzzle. It's a way to look at the map to make sure that we have equal populations in each of these districts. Your districts today, though, are currently not in alignment. According to the 2020 census, the population of the town is 6,260 people. This means that each district should have approximately 1,252 people. Based on the estimate that we created based on the new growth in the town, not stuff that's coming up in the future, but stuff that's got a certificate of occupancy before December. That new number is about 6,381 people, which means every district should be just under 1,300 people, 1,276. I want to point out some of your numbers. District 1 currently has a population of about 624 people. District 2 has a population of about 531 people. District 3, 663 people. District 4, 1,765. And District 5, 2,798. If you go back and think about your map, that means District 4 and 5, which are your western districts, have a significant majority of your population in terms of the election districts. But it's also where a lot of your population is in general. It's also where we're seeing the growth in the community. So when we look at districts, if you notice the two arrows there, our goal, and it's a goal, it's a guide, our goal is always population equity. It would be perfect and great if every one of your districts had 1,267 people. Now, doing that, that's not always easy. So we usually have a little bit of a variance. About 10% is usually accepted in most case law. It's a guide. Currently, today, your deviation and the spread between those deviations, when you add the highest district, District 5, and the lowest district, District 2, is 177. That number should be closer to 10. So this really says that your districts are really out of alignment in terms of how much population should be placed in each district.
It looks like it sure is hoarding all the residents.
That's our District 5 commissioner. So when we're looking at this, what do we want to do? Our goal across the board is population equity. We would like to have every district approximately 1,276 people. How do we do that? Well, say again?
Make them move, right?
Or you build more houses on the east side, right? So now, this is always a challenge, right? But it's a jigsaw puzzle. So we use this apportionment data, and our goal is to try to make sure that each of these districts kind of comes into alignment. Now, your charter doesn't really discuss how this is supposed to happen or when this is supposed to happen. In 2023, the state legislature actually passed a new law, which is Florida Statute 1660321. I'm going to show you that in just a moment, but it talks about when and how you should be looking at districts. So when we look at districting, we like things, number one, the population to be equal or close to equal. We like geographically that the districts make sense, right? So that you can describe your district. Hey, I'm north of Hallandale Beach Boulevard and I'm east of here. You want to have some familiarity with your district. So we like them to be compact. You know, there's a lot of terms that come out in terms of redistricting. I know you've all heard the term gerrymandered, right? You've heard maybe the term packing, where you put certain groups in one district. These are common terms, but when we look at that, we really are just looking at the puzzle. How can we make the puzzle as close to equal as possible? Now, if this were to happen, we would have to make some significant changes. Let me briefly talk about the Senate. It was called House Bill 181, but now it's Florida Statute 1660321. I'm going to read this just so it's in the record. It's division of municipalities into districts. Each municipality shall from time to time fix the boundaries of its districts so as to keep them as nearly equal in proportion to their respective populations as practicable, provided that such changes may not be made within 270 days before a general election for the governing body of the municipality. Districts may not be drawn with the intent to favor or disfavor a candidate for member of the governing body or an incumbent member of the governing body based on a candidate's or incumbent's residential address. Any ordinance enacted or adopted by a municipality on or after July 1, 2023, which is in conflict with this section, is void. So the legislature said, hey, if you're going to be doing districting, you need to follow our general rules. So I bring this up because in absence of a guide, the state legislature has provided a guide as it pertains to districts. So where do we go? Right now, I've already stated to you, your election districts are out of alignment. Our recommendation is that you redistrict. You haven't redistricted since the districts were created. If we look at your districts, District 4 and District 5 need to reduce population. Districts 1, 2, and 3 need to grow. Our plan and what's in our proposal is to bring back to you in December 3 map alternatives for the commission to consider. Your legal counsel can talk to you about what you do and what you can't do and what you have to do, but we're here to provide you with recommendations on how to move yourself forward. It's my understanding that each of the seats of the commission is up for re-election in 2027. We believe that we can bring maps back to you in December. Your previous map was adopted by ordinance. We believe that we could have a map in place should the commission want to evaluate the options we provide by early spring this year, which hopefully will meet the demands of all things in terms of your residency, et cetera. Now, again, this is our recommendation. Your council can tell you what you can and can't do, or give you advice as to how you can proceed. But it's really important for me to note, I've been doing this for a long time. I'm 49 years old. I've been doing redistricting for 25 years. Okay? I've done a lot of these. And I'm going to say this, and I don't, it's not meant to disparage, but I have not dealt with districts that are this far out of alignment in all of my years. I've had cities that haven't redistricted. This last cycle, we worked on a city that was about 70% out of alignment. Never in the triple digits. And by the way, it's interesting, when your districts were drawn in 2002, you had growth immediately thereafter in 2004, 2005. A new apartment complex was built, which immediately altered your districts. So, and I also know, and I'm aware, that you have future projects that are already on the books that, may be breaking ground in the near future, which may also alter your districts. The census is going to come around every 10 years. Census data for the 2030 census will come out usually around late spring in 2031. I know that may seem like a distant future, but that's when the newest data will come out. You guys, as a town, collectively haven't had a significant amount of growth to throw things off too much. So, for example, in other towns we've worked in or cities we've worked in, we've had like multiple high-rises come in with 1,000 people that could be in a high-rise. That could really alter a district. Your growth has been about 160, 170 people. I fully acknowledge that these population numbers don't count for your seasonal population, but they also don't fill out their census forms here. So I'm here to answer any questions. Again, our goal is to provide you with the best advice and consultation possible as it pertains to your district. I'm excited about doing this project. These puzzles they're interesting. But I also know that there's people involved, and when you're dealing with people, it sometimes gets sensitive, but we're here to provide you with our best advice.
I have a question for you. Are you aware that a big mobile home park in District 1 was closed about 3 years ago?
So some of that census data, again,
That's after the census.
it was after the census. So during, let's just say sometime around 2017, 2018, most towns get contacted by the census to, hey, is there any new growth or is there anything that we need to account for during the census? So it's my hope, if that was a planned closure, that some of that may have been accounted for, but that could also alter your numbers even more. Again, this is the best available data that we have today. When their districts again come in 2030, when we do the population count in 2030, a lot of that will possibly be impacted if people aren't there to fill out their forms.
A big part of this was COVID happened in 2020. And
Absolutely.
we didn't have people going around collecting census data, making sure that we got all the data that we needed at that time. It was a very difficult time for census. Right afterwards, we were given a 30-day notice. District 1, a mobile home community up there, literally closed within 30 days. So we lost about 300 residents up there as well. So things have changed a lot since 2020. Mm-hmm. So we're
When you,
not sure where we're
if I may ask a question on that, was that, I don't want to use the word, was it that more of a seasonal community, or was it
It was half and
like
half.
a half and half? Okay.
Half and half. Like a lot of the
lot of the
300 full-time residents lost their places.
When I was a graduate student, many years ago, we actually did a mobile home study here with the Hurricane Center.
Okay.
And so I've seen some of that change over time. So again, what was the name of this, the community?
Trinity.
Trinity? Okay. So it's funny, I actually created a map for Trinity back when I was a
Yep.
graduate student way back when. So ironically.
So you actually don't have anything to show us right now that would give us a reflection, an idea of how it's going to look?
Well, so we broke this up into two phases, okay? So phase one is to tell you where you stand, okay? Sometimes, again, sometimes some places don't need to redistrict. Maybe the numbers are close enough. So we come back and we say, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, your numbers are you're well within the acceptable ranges, right? So we usually break these projects up into two, and then maybe we don't go on to Part B. In this situation, Part B, in our recommendation, is a logical step. You need to look at these districts and you need to look. And if I may add, if District 1 has lost another plus or minus 300 residents, that exacerbates the disparity between the highest and lowest district. Although the census data today is the best available data as we've done our projection with it. But that exacerbates that. And that is something really to consider.
And then we have another community across the street. I believe you said six residents annually there. You know, it's a huge community.
Yeah.
But there's only 6 full-time residents. So we're a very unique city, as you were well aware. And it's no surprise that we're this far out of whack on having this done.
Just a couple of comments, if I may, Mayor, just a matter of timing and a matter of procedure. As Mike indicated, there is a statute that gives us some guidelines as it relates to when this needs to occur in the context of our next election. So with our next election being in March of 2027, we have till roughly June of next year in order to have an ordinance considered and adopted, which would realign the commission district should you choose to do that. The other thing that Mike and his team will do is that they won't tell you what the answer is. They'll come back with typically 3 different models, 3 potential recommendations, and the commission will have an opportunity to then weigh in, look at recommendations, and ultimately decide what fits best for the town. But this ultimately decision is up to the commission. The FAU and our office will not tell you what the answer is. We'll give you the best guidance we can as it relates to what the law requires and what the census and redistricting procedures require, but the commission will ultimately decide what its districts look like.
So, sir, phase 2 can be done by, say, March?
My plan and my team's plan is to bring back 3 options to you at your earliest meeting in December.
Okay.
That's what we would like to.
That gives us
And
about
again,
6
with
months.
two readings of an ordinance,
Okay.
so we're talking if you have first reading in, say, February,
Right.
March, the outside, you'll have a nice cushion if there was additional meetings or conversations you need to have, but they'd like to get you some maps to consider before the end of the year.
Awesome. Okay.
And for the record, we've already started looking at it. I mean, when you see a disparity, when you see a disparity this far, we know this is going to be challenging. But it's also going to be challenging for the commission. When you look at this, it's going to look a lot different than what it looks like today in our proposals. But again, it's up to the commission to make that decision.
In the encyclopedia, it has Pembroke Park as gerrymandering as what the outline.
The one other comment I wanted to add, Mayor Commission, is you may recall a year or so ago when you were considering some of the recommendations of your Charter Review Commission. One of the things the Charter Review Commission recommended was inserting redistricting requirements into the charter. As Mike indicated, this often happens every 10 years around the decennial census. Their recommendation at the time was to require at least a review of the commission districts every 10 years, consistent with that timing and that process through the engagement of a college or university. It doesn't have to be FAU, but typically it's some 4-year college or university. Their urban planning departments conduct these exercises, do the analyses, and that, again, may be something worth considering. So I know we've talked about some potential charter amendments. Having something in your code or in your charter that triggers a review on a periodic basis may have some value.
Every 10 years, maybe 2 years after the census is complete.
Again, it's
Next
a
one's in
process.
2030, then
Again,
for the process. And
it takes time, but usually it's that census which triggers the recalibration of population numbers and would trigger the requirement to begin the process.
I wouldn't be against putting a charter amendment together for the next election, which would be 26.
November, and you have one item on that ballot already regarding tax exemptions, but that
Right.
would be the next available election.
Right.
Mayor,
Would everyone?
I'm sorry, if I could add something
Yeah.
to that language. When you don't have guidance, that's often when things get overlooked, right? So we've made recommendations to not only, my team spoke to the Broward County Charter Review Commission, and they adopted similar language to look at it every 10 years. But this is really important. When the census comes out, the apportionment data, so specifically Public Law 94-171, usually comes out the following spring. So Census Day is April 1. The following late spring, they deliver apportionment data so that the congressional seats can start to get drawn. Check that. yet most municipalities that are looking at redistricting usually have some sort of window within the release of that census data. So as you mentioned, if 2030, that data will come out in 2031, you have some guidance to look at it. And now with this new state language within this, it provides another layer with that
Roughly a year,
270
yeah.
days. Yeah, so it changes how this whole process works. And again, this was adopted after Census Day 2020, the state language.
So, Jacob, could you possibly look into a couple other municipalities, see what they have
Yeah.
language-wise?
For just some charter language?
I would believe we'd want to do it within, say, 2 years of a
We'll do that.
completed census or something similar, which gives plenty of time.
And our office was actually the general counsel for the Broward County Charter Review Commission when they wrote the language Mike referred to. We could look at the county, we can look at a number of other municipalities, just to ensure that I've got direction to bring back an ordinance. It's not going to be probably your next regular meeting, probably your meeting in December for first reading.
That's
to
fine.
place an item on the November ballot, essentially implementing this process.
We have time. Everyone all right with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, direction. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Mike, we have an odd provision in our charter. All the commission members in their districts are elected at large. So the language that's in that state statute, which looks like it's trying to provide a sense of fairness and equity between the district, people in District 1 are voting in District 5, people for the District 5 representative in District 3, in District 2. So that equity issue, you were saying, I haven't seen one this bad before, but from the standpoint of the equity that's designed in that statute, because of the at-large provision, there actually is quite a bit of equity here despite that.
And we've seen that in other cities. Cooper City, for example, when we did their redistricting, they voted at large, then they went to districts, and now it's changed again a couple times over the last couple years. It is not uncommon to see that. But one of the general portions is that you also want the ability for somebody to run for that seat to have equity. So, for example, if each district has about 1,200 people, that's possibly 1,200 people, we take out, that could potentially run for that seat. Whereas if you've got a seat with only 300 people in it and a seat with 2,700 people, then that's where your dispersions happen. So even if you have this at-large system, you still can have that absence of equity.
Sure.
And by the way, we've dealt with those both sides, where it's you vote, you only run within your district, or you do run at large, citywide or townwide. Does the commission have any questions for me about the process, about what we're looking at today? I am aware that there's other projects that are still coming on board. I will tell you that we've also done stuff like that where we may not know when it's going to be CO'd. It could take 3 years, it could take 5 years, but we've often maybe put that area on the even lower end of the 10%, and maybe the other area, on the higher 10, so that when you do redistrict the next time, there's not that massive drastic change. The big thing with districting is that you're really just trying to find population equity. And sometimes that's going to be very small geographically, and sometimes it'll be very large. When we worked in Riviera Beach, they had one district that was just on the island. It was a completely different community than what's on the mainland. But the population was lower, so we had to make recommendations to come across the water bay. There's challenges in each one of these types of projects. Your project, your geography is a challenge in itself. And I'll leave you with, looking at your map, our recommendations aren't going to look like this. They're going to look different. But we're here to provide this to you, and again, our plan is to be back to you in early December with some options.
That's it. I have nothing else for you.
Thank you.
Thank
Mike.
you.
Thank you very much for your
Thank
time.
On your final note, if you look inside the report that I provided to you, there is some information there about the census. Mayor, you brought it up about just the people maybe not filling out their form. There was also some change in the questioning that happened during that census. But there's something in the report that's a little bit different. And what they did is it was called differential privacy. And what it meant is that the population, they disperse the population within the blocks. So there's very often a block that may look commercial in nature, but there's residents near it or in it. So I encourage you to read about that, because the census was trying to be as protective in this last round, despite maybe some lower numbers. So again, I encourage you to take a look at that, read through it. And again, I look forward to seeing you all again in December. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You want to get Donna out of here real quick?
Nope.
No, you don't want to get
What's
Donna
that?
out? You want to get Donna out?
I guess so.
Okay. So 8.10.
8.10. Let's jump ahead. This will be discussion for potential changes to, oh wait, sorry.
We got the
8.1 I scratched out. Consideration and approval for an ordinance amending the purchasing thresholds, procurement amendment, and town attorney Horwitz. Want to read the ordinance?
What? May I?
Read it.
Yeah, if I could just read the title for the record. The title reads as an ordinance to the town of Pembroke Park, Florida, amending Chapter 2 of the town's Code of Ordinances entitled Administration by specifically amending Article 5 entitled Procurement, amending Section 2-128 entitled Procurement Amount Thresholds, amending the procurement thresholds for the town's acquisition of goods and services, providing for consistency with the town's purchasing manual, providing for codification, conflicts, severability, and providing for an effective date. And the commission may recall your last workshop, I believe it was, Ms. Woodbury came before the commission with a number of recommendations regarding the purchasing thresholds. There was a memo included in the backup at the time. Those changes are reflected in the ordinance before you this evening. The town's procurement consultant, Ms. Rockwell, has done some additional due diligence and homework on her end. I know through the manager, she provided a memo earlier this afternoon, which details some of the other surrounding communities as it relates to procurement thresholds. I'd certainly defer to the commission as it relates to whatever thresholds the commission wanted to establish. Just one point of observation. The ordinance that's drafted would provide not only for an amendment to the code, but also an amendment to the town's purchasing manual, which provides for some implementation of the code procedures. So the manual itself also references thresholds. If this ordinance were to be adopted, the changes would also be incorporated into the manual without further action of the commission, just to ensure that both documents align. With that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Rockwell.
Great.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Commission. So, anyway, my name is Donna Rockfeld, and I have just completed my 47th year in public government procurement. So, I understood, and I salute you, that there is an amendment to the ordinance suggested or proposed. The manager asked me to take the opportunity to look at it and do an analysis on the basis of other municipalities. It shows Broward County agencies primarily and their thresholds. There was a staff report. This
Where's
should
the
have been
staff
sent.
Today.
And anyway, I'll go over it.
Very straightforward.
So the limits, as the attorney said, they've been unchanged for several years, and I salute the commission for the opportunity to speak amongst you on the thresholds. I looked at them, I did an analysis, and I also provided a recommendation based on the purchasing thresholds of other municipal agencies. So, for example, to what is being proposed. However, when you get to the manager's approval thresholds, the recommendation before you is to increase it from 10 to 15,000. I can tell you in my years of experience, I'm retired from the city of Deerfield Beach, the Broward County Sheriff's Office, North Miami Beach, that unequivocally, town of Pembroke Park has the lowest manager's level of approval at 10,000. In my chart, I did make an error. Cooper City is at 20, but on an average, it ranges between 25 and 50,000 at the manager's level. So what is before you is a recommendation to change the different thresholds. Currently, your ordinance for procurement for verbal quotes is at 5,000. I believe that verbal quote is sufficient. And should be kept the same. However, when it comes to the written quotes, the requirement in the new code for 2 written quotes, of course, is sufficient as well. That's 5,000 to 10,000 with the manager's approval. But the minimum of 3 written quotes is currently being suggested at 10 to 15,000 for the manager, which is what the current ordinance is suggesting, to raise it to 15. My suggestion is to raise it to 25, and anything over 25 would go before commission for approval. And to give the manager the ability to approve between 10 and 25,000 in the written. There is a section in the ordinance proposed that would allow 15 to 30 for commission approval. That being the reason that there's also a suggestion of raising the formal competitive solicitation from 25 to 30, and that is in line with a lot of municipalities. You'll find that some have much higher. Tamarack, for example, is at 65,000 before they go to competitive solicitation. Weston, which is not on my chart, is 175,000. I think that's a little extreme outside of commission approval. But within the report, there were some suggestions as to how to become more administratively efficient. And raising some of these thresholds would streamline the day-to-day operations. A part for Public Works could very well be $10,000. So the current limit right now, anything over 10,000 would have to come before you. Even at $15,000, that is something that I'm suggesting be approved at the manager's level. It wouldn't change transparency in any way. You would still require the 3 competitive quotes. Everything is documented and recorded. It's recorded through finance. You have an auditor that audits the reports in line with the solicitations. So within my staff report, my suggestions are pretty much in line of what's there, but to raise the threshold of the manager's level to be in line with local municipalities, which is a minimum of $25,000. And that's it.
Questions?
No.
I'm just curious, how many of these were commission form of government?
How many were what?
We're a different kind of form of government. We're commission form of government. Were any of the cities that you did have a commission form of government, or were they just your traditional strong?
So I work part-time in assistant procurement. I also work for the town of Hillsborough Beach, which is a manager form of government. I did some work for the town of Medley, which is a commission form of government. I did not include that because it's Dade County, but most of them are a city manager form of government. Miami Shores, where I currently provide services as well, the threshold is at 25,000 for commission, over 25,000 for commission. But I myself, when I worked for Deerfield Beach, it was a commission form of government. Of course, the Broward Sheriff's Office is the sheriff and makes his own rules. And Hillsborough Beach, they actually have a lower threshold, but they have of 15,000 for their quotes and what have you, and for their town manager's approval. But Pembroke Park is the lowest.
Okay. Any other questions?
Nope, I don't think so.
We just
Nope.
put it on.
Okay, thank you.
consent.
If you do have any other
If I may, I just
questions.
want to make sure I understand correctly. So is the intent to embrace Ms. Rockfeld's recommendation to
Docker
increase it?
recommendation, yes.
So it would increase the manager's spending threshold to 25,000, which is a slight amendment to the ordinance before you. We'll make that change when it's presented for first reading.
Okay. Yeah, it's an ordinance, so it's got to be a reading, not a consent item.
Yeah, yeah, correct. It'll be an item on the ordinance.
Yeah, and for the record, the only other change that I would recommend was the thresholds where between the 15 and 30 requires commission
Right.
approval, to put the 10 to 25 with the
three
written
quotes.
quotes
Yeah.
to the manager's. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your time. Okay, let's jump back to section 6.1. Police Chief Ann DeCoursey, Police Department report.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Dan DeCoursey with the Police Department to give you an update on last month's activities. Currently through the month of October, the Pembroke Park Police Department co-hosted active shooter training with the Sea Ranch Lakes Police Department, a joint effort, an effort to build our skill sets between both agencies and work together on different types of active shooter type situations. On October 4th, we participated in the food drive. October 9th, command staff met with representatives from the Business Relations Committee and the Human and Resources Department to coordinate the upcoming events. We felt it was imperative that we have the proper event schedule to prepare for these events so we can have the necessary personnel to address any issues that might come up. October 14th, we also met with Miss Christina Manillo, new property manager for Business Plaza next to Racetrack on Pembroke Road, regarding some issues she was having over there with homeless individuals. We provided her with no trespassing signs and directed patrols in the area, and that problem has seemed to go away for us. We also met with Miss Castro from Seneca's property regarding some issues of people spending their donuts and stuff over in the warehouse areas. It's very common, open areas where they feel like they're going to be undetected, and everybody gets their cars out there and spins their donuts and stuff and creates havoc and a mess, and sooner or later somebody's going to get hurt in that. So we have done directed patrols and issued to assist with those issues as well. And we also had some homeless issues over there that we've been working with them on. On October 30th, our personnel will participate with the Lake Forest Elementary School in their trunk or treat. That's tomorrow night. We have several offers that will be bringing their vehicles over there, as well as myself and Captain Pritchard will be there as well to assist with that. So we'll be handing out family and stuff to the children and their families. Operational and administrative updates. On October 7th, the command staff met with a potential vendor regarding the speed camera enforcement project. And what we did is we looked at the person to handle our contract regarding reviewing the camera tapes and doing the process that everything else that Blue Line Solutions does not do for us on that. So we'll be bringing a contract up to you later on in this meeting. The trial run and beta testing phase with Fort Lauderdale PD Teletype continues to be successful. And when we wrote this, we were anticipating a possible agreement with them, and where they have presented a MOU with us regarding that, which we'll present next later on in this workshop as well. On the 27th, command staff met with town employees regarding media and crisis management. That was with Ms. Laura Cole, the Cole Pro Media. The training focused on critical incidents, coordination, crisis messaging, and dissemination of information on any criminal incidents we might have. Accreditation, policy development, we continue to move forward on that, constantly building our files. Captain Pritchard and I went over and attended a accreditation meeting where they actually had presentation regarding people who were accredited or getting accredited, who had issues with accreditation. It was very informative. We went over for the day. So that worked out well. Conclusion, we continue training, developing our community partnerships and operational modernization of the organization, and we continue to remain proactive on policing issues throughout the town and collaborate with our partners as well. So we continue to move forward on that. Statistics-wise, we had 47 traffic incidents for the last month, 46 alarms our officers handled, 10 burglaries. We had 2 stolen vehicles. We conducted 89 traffic stops. They had 2 felony warrants. We handled 7 larceny calls, 8 assault calls, 1 sexual battery, and 4 vandalisms. We handled 24 trespassing calls, and we handled 62 parking complaints, and we assisted other agencies 83 times and documented that as well. We had 1 missing person. We had a total general incidents of 412. Police calls for service were 848. 22 arrests we made. We read 110 citations. 90 of those were 87 of those were traffic citations and 23 warnings. And with total reports, we ended up having total calls for service of 1,621 for the month.
Keep him busy.
So, staying very active, our officers continue to maintain a positive approach. We did restripe, or we're in the process of restriping all our vehicles. That'll basically be the end of our rebranding of the organization. The new logos on the side of vehicles give us more of a command presence and and at the same time making us more approachable with the community. We plan on having at least one of those vehicles at the trunk or treat tomorrow night at Lake Forest Elementary.
Nice. Questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chief.
6.2, Fire Department, Chief King. Anyone want to take any guesses before he says how many calls he's heard?
I was just going to ask you.
No,
Want
we're
to
not
take a
gambling
guess?
here.
All right.
I can tell you it's plus or minus like 5%. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Commission, Battalion Chief Michael Kane, Broward Sheriff's Office Fire Rescue, to bring you the statistics for September 2025 in the town of Pembroke Park. We ran a total of 188 calls for service. The breakdown is structure fires were 8, vehicle accidents with injuries were 10, vehicle accidents on the highway was 29, fire alarms were 14, medical calls for service were 116, and service calls were 11 for a total of 188, which is pretty much the same as last month. But I expect an increase probably in December. It's usually when we start seeing a surge of about another 10 calls a month.
Did a fire truck go out to every one of them?
We spoke about that. We spoke about that.
It's America.
As we
Well,
know,
if we increase the staffing for the rescues, we can reduce the response of the fire truck. But we still need a minimum amount of people to arrive on scene of a call. And in a non-critical call, that's generally 3 people. And on a crisis call, it's about 6 people, like CPR, things like that, calls of that nature.
Sure. Yeah.
Does anybody have any questions for me? Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
All right, back to new business, 8.2, approval of meeting minutes. Any discussion?
No.
Consent?
Yes.
8.3, building department surplus and purchasing vehicles. Building manager Lewis. Will you not buy the Maseratis this time?
I'll stay away from those this time.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Jeffrey Lewis, Building Manager for the town of Pembroke Park. Just presenting the Code Compliance Division. Our vehicles are getting over to that 3.5, 4-year mark, so we would like to start switching those out to newer vehicles. We've purchased these vehicles in 2022, and since then we've jumped over to the Enterprise fleet management. So we would like to sell these vehicles to Enterprise and lease the new vehicles through that. So we are on that cycle. Currently, we have 3 vehicles, and we're going to be purchasing 2 or leasing 2 from Enterprise. For logistics purposes, we'll go ahead and do 1 by 1, so we could go ahead and have the vehicle in, rebrand it, make sure it's striped with code, and then be able to put that on the road.
Questions?
Nope, thank you.
What are we going with this time?
Ford Escape,
Okay.
same.
Same.
Mhm.
All right.
It's a Ford.
Yeah, make it a line item. That's it. Thank you, sir. 8.4, consideration and approval of an agreement with Flagner Technologies, Omnia IT Director Pakula.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Robert Pakula, IT Director. 8.4 and 8.5 are kind of like housekeeping. Finance and the procurement manager have been kind of going over our contracts and language, and basically what we're doing is just getting in line with what we're doing with audits and things of that nature. We put in open POs so we can have billing on a regular basis and not have to worry about a month to month. It just makes life easier for the finance department and kind of aligns with what the auditors are looking for. On 8.4 and 8.5?
No issues.
Okay.
All right, 8.5, consideration and approval updating, consent. Consideration and approval for updating the agreements with Flagger.
Yeah, this is a vendor we use, and we're just, once again, also changing the language, putting in things that we're doing now, future projects, emergency management if we needed it for IT, for response, and that is on that one.
And just for the record, I'll add, Mayor Commission, from a procurement perspective, these are both acquired through the Omnia Cooperative Agreement, which is one of the options under our procurement code.
It's fine.
Questions?
No.
Consent.
8.6.
8.6, lighting and tornado warning system.
Yes, this is a project I've been working on with the town manager, and I think it's going to benefit the town in so many ways. Not only is this a lightning and a tornado warning, but it actually predicts. The technology with this particular system is so brand new that it actually can predict before it hits. What are some of the great benefits? It'll help our schools. If you're planning to put some sort of water park over the park and have more people out there, it's going to help everybody who's around the parks, not only here but over at Behan. It's going to protect both parks. Not only that, there's apps that go with it that you can have in your phone. You can see when something's on a warning. It has the capability for police, if they wanted to clear the field, they can actually set off the alarm and clear out the field if they wanted to. It also will be on our website, so our residents can see heat index, when the warnings hit, fronts coming in. So look at that same information that system is putting out. Not only that, it has an audible system out in the park telling people you'll basically have to get out of that park. And then it clears out. Once this is approved, I'll work with our town attorney to do a policy with it, because we'll need that to go with it.
And you said they could be linked to notifications on people's cell phone.
Yeah, you can sign up you can get the app and see the app, and it just alerts you right away in real time.
Brilliant.
It's all self-contained, solar powered. Power goes out, the unit still runs.
How much is the cost of annual maintenance on it?
$1,500 a year.
And initial install is 45,000?
No, 39. I put 45 in case we run into any kind of installation issues that we might not, thought of. But
Not to exceed.
How many audible notification units will there be?
there's two. One is at the main park over here, the preserve, and then we have a radio transmitter that sends not the full amount of the whole system, but enough to notify everybody over there with the same thing that you'll get over here. So we don't want to put two full-blown systems. It's a waste of money. So it sends radio transmission to the second system over to Behan Park, and it gives the same notifications.
Is that going to be like a loudspeaker or something?
Oh, yes. You can hear it from about a mile away. The nice thing is, when I was looking about this, I went over to the school, and I did not see a lightning warning system at the schools. They'll be able to hear it. And depending on where, I've spoken with Manny where he wants to put it, it's probably going to be in that back area, and they'll hear it. And it'll help notify the kids when they're outside. Also with the heat index, we can have the school have access. That information will be right on our website. They can look at it in real time.
Brilliant.
Mr. Mayor.
Clever
ahead.
stuff.
One element you should know, which is what impressed me about this, is that the sound is different for a lightning warning than it is for a tornado warning. And we'll have to instruct our residents to understand the two different sounds. In addition to that, I had our meteorologist take a look at this and scope the different companies that provide these services, and he rated this company as the #1 company because it's implementing, Mark was talking about new technology. Lightning warning systems detect lightning in a far distant area as it's getting close to you and then warn you that lightning's coming your way. This system uses an ionization test between the positive ions and the negative ions in the atmosphere. And believe it or not, when those ions begin to accumulate within the atmosphere, it tells you that you are in a lightning storm, so to speak, a lightning atmosphere, and it gives you a warning much better than those that are just saying, 3 miles down the road we saw some lightning. No, this tells you that the ions are accumulating in such a way. And you know what? Some of us have experienced this. If you've
with the
been
hair stands
outdoor,
up.
yeah, you can tell when the ions are changing, and this is one of the very few ionization programs that we have seen.
Just to give you one idea, old technology, it would check the atmosphere 50 times a second. This system checks it 170,000 times a second, to give you an idea of how much the technology has changed.
And I'll just offer on the procurement side of things.
Just going to ask procurement.
When this initially came to my office for review, I actually kicked it back because I know that there are other vendors out there that provide lightning detection services. The proprietary technology that Dave and Mark both described is unique to this company, and I had Mark go back and do some additional homework, some additional due diligence, and he's comfortable that this is the only vendor around that actually has this specific technology that will provide this type of service to the town as it relates to detection. There are others out there, but none are quite like what this service provides in the context of proprietary technology.
Sounds like a good
Questions?
idea to me.
Any other questions?
Nope.
Thank you. 8.7.
Consent.
That's it.
All right. 8.7, recurring services for backup internet, police, and town IT director.
Yeah, this is just, over the summer, we decided that we were going to be putting in satellite dishes to help make sure the town is up and running with internet. So we put this backup system. One is for the police network, one is for the town network. And we just want to make sure that this is all set up, once again, with our procurement and the way we are recurring spending. So that is that, $12,120 per year.
Questions?
No.
Consent. 8.8, consideration and approval of the fiber internet services renewal for the police department.
Yeah,
IT director.
Sorry, this is just one of the backup systems for the internet, also for police. It just came up renewal at the same time. You notice 849 was the original amount we were paying because when we put the police department in, we had to pay for all that infrastructure. Now that that's all done, they've discounted it down where it should be, so we're paying $399 a month, and that's our secondary backup for our police department for internet.
Is that AT&T?
No,
Okay.
I could tell you who it is if you want to know.
Questions?
No, I don't want to know. As long as it's not AT&T.
Consent.
It's national security information.
8.9, consideration and approval of future purchases for the third floor emergency operations center and waiting area IT director Pakula.
We used ARPA funds with this. Once again, over the summer, we were coming up with ways that we can use the ARPA funds, and this is going to pay for the table and some furniture in the emergency operations center.
Dollar amount on it?
It is $14,691.55. I put not to exceed.
Thousand?
What?
Not to exceed 16,000?
Yes, sir.
Questions?
None.
Nope.
Questions? Oh. Denied. Consent.
Thank you very much.
8.11, just so you guys are all aware, I told the HR director that since his wife just had a child that he need not be here tonight. I think that was appropriate, that the town manager is going to present in his behalf, and he is prepared to answer absolutely every question we may have. Okay.
Not really.
So 8.11, consideration and approval of the revised town Pembroke Park handbook by the HR director. I'm just going to make a recommendation for the commission to take the time, sit down, make sure you have plenty of coffee, and start read through it. Anything that you think that we should change, please reach out to the HR director. But I honestly think this is probably the best copy of an HR manual that we have seen to date in Pembroke Park. I don't think there's anything that really stands out. So we'll put it on consent, but if there's something that is,
We can pull the brake.
we can pull it off and discuss it then.
Okay.
Sound good?
Good.
Sounds good.
And I got to use the restroom.
Man,
Sorry, I know we're on.
you were killing me here.
We're on a roll, but
I know, we're moving along. Okay,
Yeah,
put that on
cheers.
consent. We're going to take a 10-minute recess. Yes.
be old someday.
Everyone ready?
Let me find out where they are.
We good over there?
I know. Oh, you're supposed to get them tonight.
Turn my microphone back on. Mr. Roach, you ready? Okay, just checking. All right, after talking to the attorney, it was passed by ordinance.
Yeah, what we're going to do, Mayor Commissioner, if I might, is Section 19.1 of the Town Code adopts a manual of personnel policies by ordinance. We're going to recommend that the item before you this evening, we'll convert the resolution to an ordinance. What I'll also do is provide for future amendments to the manual to be adopted by resolution. The manual itself is not codified in the code. It's incorporated by reference in the clerk's office. Because the last version was done by ordinance, I would suggest you do this current set of amendments by ordinance with future amendments to be adopted by resolution, and we'll codify that language for you to consider along with these changes.
So let's make that a line item versus a consent.
Thank you, Mayor.
And, yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, we'll do it between readings.
You can state it now so we can get a preview.
It's an easy one. So my understanding, and I'm going to say my understanding because I didn't look at it, is that we have maternity at 1 year of employment. You can't go on maternity leave for a year, like where we pay for, you to be
Oh,
home.
your leave of absence?
Yes.
Okay.
So I just want to modify that because we have basically for employees who either adopted recently, gave birth, or in the process of giving birth. So you have 2 that gave birth, 1 adopted, and 1 who's giving birth like next month. So I'd like to modify that to, 3 months of work for the town. I don't know. Or is it 1 year? No. It's like you have to have worked here for 1 year in order to take that leave.
Is it 90 days for our benefits?
Yeah, it should be after 1 year, right?
No, the insurance kicks in after 30 days.
Dave, when did town benefits kick in as a new employee?
Generally speaking, it's been 0 or 30. I'm not sure, depending on the position, but it's one of those two. I was just talking to Brad a moment. I could get him on the phone real quick.
No. What's your opinion on this?
Yeah, I was stuck in the back room. I didn't hear the beginning part, Mr. Mayor.
Maternity, in the policy, the way it's written, you have to be here for a year before you can get maternity leave. I mean, the 3 of us don't plan on getting pregnant anytime soon, so. They sure said she was done a long time ago, so.
Might be me in future.
And
Yeah.
what's the opinion I'm being asked?
No, so if you're a new employee, you have to be here for a year before you qualify for maternity leave.
Knowing that the gestation period for the normal baby is about 9
months.
It seems to me that I don't think a waiting period is appropriate in any way, shape, or form, of any sort.
So, see, I told you I would give
But
it
we
to
don't
me.
want to discriminate it. It's someone who gets hired and is,
It means to take their babies to the doctor after they just pushed.
so you just want to eliminate that line out of there?
Yes, please.
Without objection, we'll work with Commissioner Mohammed to make that change for
Thank
first
you.
reading.
Okay, thank you.
Line item?
The line item.
Yep.
And Madam Clerk, we'll
With-
we'll send you we'll send you an ordinance to swap out for the resolution.
All right.
See, I wasn't being difficult.
Let's go 8.12, consideration and approval to hire a traffic, this is Chief, this is for you, the enforcement officer for the independent contractor.
Correct. Dan DeCourcy, Police Department. This is regarding our speed cameras in the school zones and stuff. We've identified a person, an independent contractor that we feel would best be a person we could utilize for his position. He's a retired captain from Hollywood Police Department, Mr. John Wilson. He currently does the City of Davies school zone cameras there. Very familiar with it. He obviously previously did the camera enforcement for West Park. He's got the playbook. He knows exactly what needs to be done. He's experienced at preparing everything for court, all the evidence packages and so on, reviewing the videos and make sure the violations actually occurred, identifying the tag numbers and making sure they're correct and so on. He can provide the sworn testimony needed in our magistrate hearings. And he is going to be giving us about 20 hours a week at $40 an hour. We'll gauge that. We expect to have a large influx in the beginning, but once the citations and warning periods are over and then the citations are issued, we expect to see a decrease in that. This position can be funded out of the state statute for the monies that we get back from the traffic enforcement cameras. So,
Did you say that he's already doing a town somewhere?
yeah, he's doing the city of Davie.
He's
Used to
doing
do West
Davie?
Park.
Yep.
A few other
He
places.
used to do West Park, no longer doing camera enforcement in West Park.
Does that conflict time-wise?
No,
With
no.
our school?
No, because he's going to be reviewing every day, so he'll go in and review the cameras every day, every 24 hours, and then send the notices out. Blue Line send the notices out from there, and then when they don't get the responses. and
Okay,
stuff-
so these are camera offenses where the cameras have caught him
Right,
speeding. and-
right.
I see. Okay.
Right, so he'll have plenty of time to do them all.
Quick question for the town manager and town attorney. Is this something that has to come before the commission?
Yeah, because the estimated value would exceed the manager's spending authority is the reason
Okay.
for the commission, yes.
Okay.
We're going to reevaluate it in 6 months and determine, we might, the hourly
more
rate will stay
immediately.
the same, but if he's not putting the hours in, we're reducing hours and so on.
Okay.
Then it's hour for hour, basically, so,
Questions?
No.
No,
and no benefits.
Consent.
recommend that we consent.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Stay right.
Discussion for possible approval of interagency, we're doing that, interagency agreement between Fort Lauderdale and Pembroke Park.
That's correct. This is for our teletype services.
Yep.
We currently have an agreement in place with the city of Margate, and they're charging us anywhere from $9,000 to $10,000 a month. We're going to reduce that fee by closely $5,000 a month with Fort Lauderdale Police Department going to provide the services for us. So once we started doing a test with the city of Fort Lauderdale and stuff, Margate sent us a letter basically saying that we violated the contract and stuff, and we had to get Mr. Horowitz involved, and we were able to rectify the fact that we were paying our bills on time and so on. So we had the evidence which we presented and everything. So they're waiting for us to determine if we are going to go with this. If that's the case, we'll go ahead and issue a letter tomorrow. I'll get with Mr. Horowitz regarding a 60-day closeout that we'll need to close that agreement out with them.
So how is the contract? Like, if we need help, they will come to help us, and that will cost us to 5,000? That's
No, this is for just our teletype services. So when there's a missing person, a stolen vehicle, an article,
It's a computer system it goes into.
it has to be monitored 24 hours, 7 days a week. And then they have to respond within 15 minutes for critical incidents and so on, wanted persons and things of that nature. So, a stolen vehicle, they would respond, missing child. So we have to have somebody monitored all the time, and they've done a very good job with it over there. They don't have an issue with it. We're able to work out an agreement with their chief. Their city manager's already signed off on the agreement. Their attorney signed off on it and everything else, and we're bringing it in front of you all now.
Questions from the commissioners?
No.
Our one resident, Mr. Roach, I know had some questions on this. Maybe you two can discuss? No? Good? Okay. Then never mind. I think he's good on it. So, all right.
Thank you very much.
We're
All right.
saving?
Saving money is always a good thing. Consent.
And if I may, just for the clerk, this item, Natalie should read motion to approve. You could strike the discussion reference, motion to approve.
8.14 South Business and Wealth 2005 Awards Gala honoring myself, Town Manager Lynch.
Yeah, members of the commission, Your Honor, this award was nominated by an outside member of our community. That is, it didn't come from this administration. And the South Florida Business Wealth Association has an evaluation committee. They received a nomination for our mayor to receive this award for his community contributions. They have two categories of evaluation for this award. One is for business achievement. The other one is for community contribution. He was nominated by a third party, and I spoke with the director of this association. They received something like 333 nominations, and only a very small number actually were chosen as recipients. And we've done galas like this before. This one's a little bit unusual because it's a luncheon gala, and I'm hoping that you will approve it because it's an opportunity for us to receive the same kind of recognition we received when Commissioner Mohammed recently received, actually on a couple of occasions over the last several months, that she's been nominated and directed to receive various awards. And anything that puts us in the spotlight, I hope that all of you will be able to attend. It is a November date, and I don't remember it off the top of my head.
November 19th.
Thank you, November 19th. So I hope that you will unanimously
Positive spotlight.
brace us. Pardon me?
Positive spotlight.
What did I say?
Just spotlight.
Okay.
This is
Positive.
This is a Palm Beach organization?
It's actually regional, so I think.
Said
overall-
South Florida.
Yeah, so it's all
So it
from,
benefits the whole community.
it's considered a regional award.
But what's the
I actually looked this up and was reading about it. Palm Beach, there is no Miami or South Florida area considered in that, but I may be wrong, but
Yeah, I spoke with the director. She indicated on a regional basis, our community was eligible, and they don't consider anybody unless they pass the eligibility test. And then also they do their own evaluation, so,
we're eligible to give money, is that what you're?
yeah. It seems to be a regular theme, but
Seems to be.
No, but we have to justify to the, for the taxpayers that this money is going to benefit Pembroke Park or the common good.
Sure. My general approach to this is that as we communicate with our constituents, these are just the kind of thing. For example, Joe Donzelli is here, and he'll have the opportunity to create some social media and distribution through YouTube on this. And anytime any of our folks can get recognized, I think it accrues to the benefit of the community generally. And we're glad the mayor was recognized in this fashion.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to cast aspersions on the mayor. I was just trying to find out that this organization seemed like it was out of county or whatever you want to call it, as far as.
Well, it says it serves.
Seems like, if we start supporting
It says South Florida,
every
right?
organization that's out of
It's South
county.
South Florida,
I think
yeah.
it's going to be out of
Broward, Dade,
state.
and Palm-
next time.
Yeah, it says
Yeah, I think it's
Broward,
gonna
Miami-Dade, and
escalate.
Palm Beach. That's what I remember.
But it's
reading.
also representing our city, and while we are in the bad situation, it's gonna make look like good, like something good benefited is coming.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is a good. I think
Is
this
that
is a
the-
good thing for
Was that
us.
a
It's a
Mount
South
Ridge
Florida.
Stone? Is that for a table or what? What is that?
That's a table.
Yeah, it's a table.
It's for a table.
Okay.
Christine will be in touch with all of you to see what your personal availability is.
And where is it going to be?
Wilton, off Wilton Drive. It's called the Venue 2345 Wilton Drive, Fort Lauderdale. It's from 11:30 to 1 on Wednesday, November 19th.
Oh, boy.
When is our NLC?
November 19th.
Same
19th.
time.
Oh my God.
When's
It's
what?
the
NLC.
The same day we're flying out.
Yeah.
Eric also
I'm not
going
going.
to. Yeah, you are not going.
not going.
But Eric going, right? Eric going, you and me going.
It's the same day as
Going
what?
to NLC. You're going to NLC, right?
Yes. And that's the
I'm not.
night.
Same day as our flight to
have-
leave.
There's the same day our
Yeah.
flight.
Like Utah or something. Utah?
Yeah, Utah.
Yeah, it's Salt Lake City.
How long is it for?
3 days.
3 days.
19, 20, and
Yeah.
21, right?
But this is in 11 o'clock in the morning. So
We are
Yeah,
able
that's
to-
not going to work for us,
Haven't-
is it?
we haven't. Well, I haven't gotten my ticket yet, so I don't know what time I'm
Mayor,
going to
we
fly
will
out.
certainly
But we'll-
staff the table with
See,
Mr. Frischman and Estella, hopefully, and some other representatives, perhaps our town attorney.
I think it's a good thing. It says Florida Premier Business and Lifestyle Magazine. So I think that would be a good connection also for our economic development team to be at the table to show support and represent the town.
yep.
That makes sense.
So how can they give you this award if you're not there?
No,
He's not going.
He's joining.
Going to NLC. I'll be here.
Oh, okay.
He'll be here. So yeah,
No worries.
I like it. Can you put it
We'll
on
see.
consent?
Yep.
What day is it?
Can I ask for it to be put on consent?
Consent?
Consent.
It's the 19th. Consent.
Consent. 15. Consideration and approval of Town Hall exterior lighting project using ARPA funds. Public Works Director Odoms.
Oh my God, big isn't it?
No, a lot of pages. This agenda.
Does this replace your two lights out front?
Yeah, I know. Y'all don't like my
The ones that
life.
don't work,
They work.
they don't work.
They do work.
They
Somebody,
don't. I came
nobody
by
ever-
the other night. Look.
I don't know who has the remote controls.
Go ahead, Mr. Odoms.
Good evening,
You're trying to beautify the look of town hall.
Yeah, Mayor
Okay.
and Commission, Jeff Odoms, Director of
Does need
Public
paint.
Works. So this first item is relevant to ARPA funds that were allocated earlier this year for a small project to add additional lighting to the facility. And the lighting that will be added will be on the roof, around the perimeter of the building, to the sides, front and back. There will be an additional light in the rear of the parking area, and two lights in the front of the building at the ground level that we use for different opportunities to light up town hall in support of different things that might be going
So you
on.
can make it look like that beautiful architectural building, the one on the
I don't know how.
95.
We'll do our best.
Okay.
We'll do our best, but
Listen,
we'll
Pembroke Park, we can do good.
we can do.
Can't do best, but we can do good.
So we're
May I suggest you paint the building before you light it up?
well, it's a matter of timing. So certain things may
Lights might
happen.
show the
yeah.
cracks so we can do the repairs. you
Or
know,
we
thing.
can put the lights in and not turn them on until we're ready. You know, we can do that as well. We're going to also have a couple of lights as part in front by the trees in the front, poles, and they'll be electrified, so they have plugs and stuff like that for different things we might want to put in the trees for decoration. So that's that item.
Hopefully,
Questions?
Hopefully, I can get my little
that's-
digital display in the front now that y'all got a light switch. I'm putting
You're
it out
asking
there.
for a lot.
I'm putting it in the universe. So that hopefully we can get it.
It's in the realm of
But
discussion.
now you'll have electricity, so
Consent.
now you have no excuse not to do it.
Consent.
Jeff, was this the lowest bidder?
It's a piggyback contract.
It's a piggyback, right? It's a piggyback.
On
Pig-
what?
JLMB Construction.
What they piggyback off of?
It's a City of Aventura agreement.
I was trying
You got
to look for that.
2024 City of Aventura, excuse me, 2024 City of Aventura agreement.
Okay.
The previous work. Oh, excuse me. Previous work of the same type. So
All
we're able
right.
to get.
8.16, consideration and approval of complete AC replacement and ductwork for Town Hall. Public Works Director Odoms.
So this is an item that's been looked at previously, and now it's come to a point where we have to begin to get the official approval of the commission to move forward. What we're looking at here is the town's building has its original air conditioning unit from 1970, and I forget the initial year. Many iterations of failure, different types of repairs. As you know, we've gone through a lot of different things.
We spent enough money repairing this thing over the last 7 years alone that I've been here that we could have bought it 2 times over.
Perhaps, yes, sir. One thing that I would add that is a benefit of the new system is that when we had it designed, we looked at the airflow of the building, because when we've made a lot of design changes with offices and adding walls and stuff like that, we changed the airflow in the building. So this has been part of this project as well, to ensure that when we get this new system, we get the adequate and appropriate flow of air for the building itself, as with all the new modifications.
We've seen, well, I've seen estimates ranging from, I guess, 500,000 to almost $1 million. This is saying 1.6. Is this a new quote that we got?
The quote, there was about 18 months ago, a bid was put out for this work based
Okay.
on a design that was put together in, I want to say 2023, I believe.
Yeah, I think we had
And then
five.
we put that out, and then we had 4 or 5 firms bid on the job. Those bids at that time was about May 2024, were on average around 1.3 to 1.5. We had one as high as 2.1.
Yeah, there was a crazy one in there, I
Right.
remember.
So we took that scope that was bid out, and then we went back to our one of our co-op agreements with it's either the Sourcewell or Omni. I'm not sure right
Sourcewell.
now. Sourcewell. Thank you, sir. And we took that scope and went against the Sourcewell contract to come up with the quote that you see here this evening.
Okay. Funding for this is coming from?
It was budgeted previous year, and I asked the finance director to capture it to have it available for this year.
Okay.
So it's actually funded. This conversation this evening is more for the approval.
Okay.
Now I have. I'd like to say something about that. I had asked Jeff to look into the fact that maybe some of the ductwork, because what this entails, what this estimate entails, is ripping out every single piece of ductwork in here and replacing it. That is going to create huge problems,
Disruption.
dirt-wise and every otherwise, health-wise. We're not shutting the building down, I'm assuming. So what I was suggesting was that we possibly could save some of the ductwork, clean it, have it cleaned instead of replacing, possibly, and they can leave existing branches, just cut them off, just close them off, and then put the new branches in, so that we may save a lot of money that way. So I was hoping that we could separate out the ductwork from the unit itself, from the AC unit itself, and go that route to see if we not only could save some money, but save a lot of wear and tear on ourselves that work here.
I'm gonna add to this a little bit, because I think you remember what I'm gonna talk about. We had pictures of the ducting. You remember that disgusting mold, like
Yeah, but that can be cleaned.
These things were duct taped together with rolls upon rolls that were still falling apart. This building hasn't been touched since it was new. This AC system now, cleaning out and removing, you're going to have to move people out. The employees won't be working in the area that they're going to be working. They're going to have to come up with a solution. The manager will, and move people around to get areas done in the time. But 70s, if you recall, had tons of asbestos and other nasty chemicals. I don't know if our ducts were tested for any of that, but it could end up being a nasty mess.
There's no
too.
asbestos in the 70s.
No, usually not in ducts. I mean, those I've seen were metal.
I don't remember the 70s. I was only 5 years old through them, so
Disadvantages. I have experience as a maintenance director, and I changed out a whole AC system in a assisted living facility. And, like the cooling tower was $100,000, stainless steel, much bigger than that little toy thing we have. The price the amount of surprises me.
Yeah.
But again, if all the ducts have to go out, I don't have experience with the ductwork.
You think this is the best price? Like, because the previous price was totally.
it's just going to keep going up, and that's what it's
By
done
adding and
since.
I would think that I don't think the pricing is going to change. If anything, it's going to probably increase. And the reason I'm making that assessment is because the previous pricing was an open bid.
Okay.
And there was an open bid on the open market, and then you got you literally got almost the exact same number, and that was almost 18 months ago. So my theory is most likely you're in the ballpark that we're in. There may be one or two things you could tweak here or there, but for the most part, I think we're going to end up right where we are.
Even we change all of the ducts and then it's still gonna be same price?
Yes.
If you did something like that, you would
I just
reduce
said mine.
certain things,
Please.
but then other
Okay.
things may go up.
Okay. So I'm going to just add something. The new ductwork now is energy efficient, and they shoot those things in, and it's going to bring the cost down of what we're paying our light bill every
That's
month.
not
Our
true.
electric bill.
Let me explain what the new ductwork is going to be. It's going to be just like the old ductwork, except it's going to have branches that are round tubes that will come out of the usually out of the main,
Flexible.
and they will go into the individual's rooms or whatever. But the main ductwork is just going to be a oblong or square or whatever.
Those big
aluminum
old,
duct.
those big old aluminum circles
Or stainless steel,
that
not
where
stainless
there's
steel, but
places where
galvanized duct.
AC is shooting up into the ceilings, that you're heating the space in between because the old work has holes from things nibbling on it and everything else.
There's no doubt there's been done wrong work on these. I mean, duct tape doesn't belong on ducts, right? We know that, special tape for that. But that's something that could be remedied without tearing all the pipes out. I mean, unless they're corroded. I have not seen them from the inside.
Yeah, Galvi will rust
eventually.
You're talking about stuff from the 70s, and we had those issues when we had to keep turning them off and blocking off lines. If you remember, Aleem had to keep blocking off the lines in order to get the flow so that he can get the CO for certain parts of the building. So if you're going to
I can
do
go
it,
back through every public works director we've had since I've been here on fighting with this system, trying to keep it going.
I'm not saying that we don't need to run a new line, possibly to a new office or this and that and the other.
clean
I'm
if we
saying
can.
that we have a main lines that don't need to be torn out if they can be cleaned and saved. We can save probably a lot of money and headaches by doing so.
Yeah, I have an idea, Mr. Mayor, if it might be a helpful way of resolving this. There's not really a lot of disagreement going on here. The other day, I met in my office with Manny Olathabel back there, and he had an opportunity, I believe, to communicate back to us that the contractor doesn't have a problem with separating out the installation unit process and the ductwork process in terms of the cost. So what I'm going to ask you to do is pass this measure today with
so
a
then nothing's being
caveat.
passed today.
I'm sorry?
It's workshop. Nothing's being passed today.
Sorry. Amend it before it goes on the final vote on the 12th with a provision that indicates that contingent upon the manager's satisfaction after an independent review of the ductwork, that all the components of this, including the ductwork, including all the ductwork, are an absolute necessity. For a relatively minor cost, I believe we can have the ductwork examined and make a determination consistent with what Commissioner Hodgkins is saying. So everybody understands, given the age of this building, the likelihood is that we're just proceeding. But with a contingency attached to this, that the town manager and the public works director are satisfied that the quantity and percentage of the ductwork that's included in this project is absolutely necessary. There are independent ductwork evaluators, and they can tell us. What I anticipate is, as Mr. Ortleman has indicated, and as the mayor has indicated, that we're dealing with ductwork that is beyond salvation. However, to the extent that it can be salvaged and/or methodologies can be implemented, our ductwork system is probably a rigid metal system, and there are some flexible opportunities that may prove to be more cost-effective. So if there would just be, I would say, Mr. Town Attorney, some type of element attached to this for the purposes of giving me the authority to break that out, if it becomes necessary in my judgment with the Public Works Director, I'd appreciate it.
What I would just offer is, as Commissioner Mohammed indicated, this is a workshop. This item is going to come before you for action at your regular meeting in 2 weeks. Between now and then, the manager would have the information he's describing to give you a better sense as far as the extent of the work needed on the ducts. I'd suggest putting the item on as a line item.
Yeah.
So the manager can give you that update at the appropriate time, and the commission could take the appropriate action.
I would have.
believe so, and there'll be a cost associated with that.
Well, and again, it could be adjusted. It could be adjusted when it's approved at that time.
You also need to look into whether the old system have appropriate fire dampers. Rules have changed over the years,
Yeah.
so there may not be the fire dampers in place. I don't know if you've ever looked into that, but probably not. You had so much on your table already.
I'll look into it.
But that consultant needs to look into that.
Okay.
Does it come with a warranty?
Yes, sir.
We need
How
to
long?
talk
We'll
about
get,
your
we'll get some
car
form-
warranty.
We will get some warranty on it, of
All right.
course. That price point, absolutely.
All right. All right, line item. Then let's go to 817, consideration and approval for the purchase for additional tower gardens at the community garden, Public Works Director Odoms.
Yes, this item is additional for this year's planting season items for the garden. So we asked that because of the price point, we wanted to make sure we brought it forward for approval for the commission.
I guess I'm missing, what's the price not to exceed?
Isn't it like 15, I think.
I didn't
Like it was
see it
15.
written in there in the resolution.
No, it's not in there.
It was like 15, I think. Let me see.
Where do you see that?
Yeah, it's not in.
It's in there.
The quote was $12,441.92.
Not to exceed 13,000?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Consent?
Consent.
Consent.
All right. 9.18, consideration and approval of emergency street repair for the sinkhole on 52nd Avenue.
This item is a ratification of the work we did previously. We went ahead and got it done. If you notice out there, the one side is done, the other side still has some cleanup to do because we had that major rainstorm that impacted the settling of the asphalt on the roadway. So they are back to finish that out, and once they finish that out, the job will be completed. At this point, they have not paid them out or anything like that, so I want to make sure I get that work done prior to finishing. And this is Southeastern Engineering.
Were they the same? Who was the original ones that agreed? I thought they agreed to come back and repair this.
No, sir. Not to my knowledge.
What are we doing about that?
I don't know that there's anything that can be done about that because of the time frame that has elapsed between the time they were here and the time now that we're trying to get something done.
So they did a faulty job, and now we're paying again to have it redone, and where there's no recourse? That doesn't sound right.
Yeah, and I'd like the opportunity, again, I haven't seen the contract with the original vendor. I'd like the opportunity to pull that contract, do some additional homework, and find out what options might be available in the
You
context
have
of
my
damages.
permission.
Yeah, absolutely, because it came as a surprise to them that there was a leaking pipe down there. But usually when you have a sinkhole, there's something leaking. So the surprise was more financial, I think.
I think the outcome was the fact that they didn't compact it properly, more than likely. And if you don't compact gravel and stuff like that efficiently, it will cause problems. It will settle.
That was what we found.
That's what you found?
Yes, sir.
We'll do some homework on this item and report back.
So what do you want to do with this item then?
There's
Just table it?
no. This is a ratification,
Okay.
so it's not a approval at this point.
Okay.
This could be on for consent.
Yep.
If it's the commission's will.
Consent.
Right.
Yeah.
Decision, or discussion, sorry. 9.1, discussion and possible action to amend agreement with RG Underground and Southwest 30th Street. What?
8.19.
What'd I move?
It's the one right above, sir.
19, 18,
Oh,
19.
did I miss 19?
Yeah.
I apologize.
No, you're looking at 'cause the other one is-
Consideration and approval of light pole replacement for public services.
Yes, sir. So this item is for the approval of purchase of 2 light poles that were damaged in car accident.
Are we being reimbursed by the insurance companies for
This is
this?
something that I'm going to be approaching Mr. Horowitz with, to get the police reports and then forward to find out if this is with the insurance company.
Okay, I have no issues with the replacement because it makes the town look better visually as well. But we need to pursue reimbursement for that from the insurance companies.
I agree.
Everyone okay with the consent?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mayor.
consent. Now I'm on 9. Are we good?
Yeah.
9.1, discussion and possible action to amend the agreement with RG Underground for Southwest 30th Street Force Main Project. Public Works Director Odoms.
Yes, sir. So I took the opportunity at the beginning of the meeting to place a couple of items at your desk area. The stapled item was the original contract for the force main. In doing some research into this project, I came to find that the fourth paragraph down speaks of items that were not in the final approved project scope. And if you notice, you'll see it's talked about 4,000 linear feet of 8-inch gravity sewer, 2,000 linear feet sanitary sewer, portion, and so forth, 2 pump stations and such and the like. I spoke with town attorney, and I mentioned to him that that was not the final scope that was approved to be worked on, and our documents are not matching in our files. And I wanted to ensure that we had documents that matched, should there be some review down the road and questions asked as to why they're different. So the one sheet paper that you have at your desk is the written addendum, writing up the exact scope of work that was actually done on this project.
Okay.
So basically, Tom attorney said that we needed to bring it forward for your review and approval.
Yeah, this is just really more an issue of transparency and housekeeping than anything else. The commission has previously approved the project. The scope's been completed, as the director indicated. We just want to ensure that our governing documents, as it relates to the project, align and are consistent with what the work that was actually performed.
You want this as
It could be a consent item.
the consent item? All right. Consent?
Sure.
Yes.
9.2, consideration and approval to amend the agreement with TK Elevator.
This one I am going to ask Manny to
Manny, come on up.
take the lead on this particular.
Yeah, and while Manny comes up, I can offer a little introduction to this because we have had some preliminary involvement. Commission may recall back in, I believe it was September, a agreement was approved with TKE Elevator for some installation and maintenance.
Yes.
After that was a Sourcewell contract. That was based on a co-op agreement. After the commission approved the agreement, the vendor then came back to the town seeking some amendments to that contract. The order of operations was a little bit backwards, candidly, because typically we'd want to iron out all those issues before it comes to the commission for consideration. Because the vendor is now seeking some changes to the agreement, your professional staff doesn't have the authority to accept any changes. The commission owns the document once it's approved, so Manny can present the item in a little more detail, but it's coming before you to consider the amendments that are requested by the vendor.
You're looking for more money?
No.
Okay.
That's a change.
It seems to have been just operational amendments that seem to have just missed their actual scope of work. The attorney had advised, to hand this over to Dave to take a look at and make sure that we're okay with the operational and language that they want to put in there. Some of it had to do with changing the quote date from the date that it currently has to August 25th. Another one was in relations to tariffs and taxes and all that, but doesn't pertain to us simply because we're tax exempt. And there were a couple other items there that talked about indemnify.
Yeah.
If you can clarify, if you read it, those things are the ones that he wanted to look over and make sure that we're okay with them.
Yeah, they on the indemnification side, it's a liability issue in the context of risk management. They're just looking to limit their indemnification to ensure that it only would apply to damage or bodily injury resulting from claims that they were involved in. It's not uncommon language, but again, it's not language that your staff could agree to because you all approved a specific agreement. They've now come back after the fact for some reconsideration. It's more of a business issue than it is a legal issue, but just as a matter
You're
of
just doing it in hindsight?
correct. I mean, it's something they really that they should have done and should have been ironed out before it came to the commission for approval. But we're again because we got their comments after the fact, are bringing it to you now.
Consent?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Discussion and 9.3, discussion and possible action on 36th Street drainage improvements.
Yes, sir. So this item reflects a small stormwater management project for 36 Court. What we have to do is it's part of our stormwater master plan. So what we will be doing here, or what we're looking to have you look at this evening, is the approval of moving forward to have the plans created so that I can now move forward to have it actually constructed. So this particular quote item here is for the design aspect to be approved. And it's I think 40,000. It's just a little bit over 40,000.
So you'll be forwarding this out to different vendors and they'll bid on it?
No, sir, I would use CCNA and I'd be using
Southeast?
no, it's on the tip of my tongue. Sorry. It'll come to me in a second. It's not Craven and Thompson. It's actually it is Craven and Thompson. Craven and Thompson.
Craven and Thompson?
Yes, sir. Craven and Thompson.
Yeah, and this is one of the firms that we have under contract through our CCNA process as a continuing consultant. They've already been procured and engaged.
Okay, thank you.
This is essentially a task order under that project,
Right.
under that contract.
And it's also funded already. I already had the money budgeted, so this is more the approval to use those funds.
All right, great.
Consent. 9.4, discussion and consideration of use of 2-acre parcel adjacent to Meakin Lake for modular building placement. Public Works Director.
Yes, sir. So as you previously, the commission has approved the purchase of a modular building that we were in the process of having built, and then we were going to have it located across the street in the parking area just adjacent to the park. And one of the considerations that we went back and looked at was utilizing a portion of the 2-acre space that is located near Meakins Lake behind the
Channel 10.
Thank you, sir. Channel 10.
Okay.
We do know that we have over there right now, West Wind Construction, utilizing a lot of that area. I have met with them, and we recognize that the area is large enough for cohabitation, where both our building could go there and they can still utilize it for the things they need it for. So we met last week Thursday on that front out at the location, and at this point, this item is being brought forward just to get your approval to proceed with looking into and planning this opportunity.
You realize that we have an agreement with them already.
I do.
And that agreement gives us flexibility to use the property, and they would work around the town to accommodate where we need to use. Again, subject to recognition of an accommodation for their use, but it's a collaborative effort, and the staff's looking for some authorization to engage in that dialogue.
I could be recognized for a moment, Mr. Mayor.
Yep, go ahead.
The point raised by Commissioner Hodgkins is what everybody should recognize. The language in the previous agreement we have retains our ability to still make some changes with, just because we're going to go there doesn't mean we're giving them carte blanche as it relates to the rest. We still retain the rights that were put in the agreement that this commission already passed. So we don't surrender those rights by our putting our building on there.
Okay.
I'm not concerned with that. I'm concerned about his rights, actually, of renting a piece of property, and then we go in and take over half of it.
Our agreement allowed
I
us.
think that's a conflict.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be too happy about it if I was in
Yeah,
his.
and I can pull the exact language, but as I recall, the town has reserved the right
I
to utilize
understand.
that property. And again, from what I'm hearing from Mr. Oda, we would work with our licensee as it
And
relates
is there a
to.
reason, Jeff, why we can't get rid of a couple of the crappy old buildings over here and put it there? Because we got two over there that are in terrible condition.
It's my understanding that there may be some different plans for the locations here at the park for the future. So I didn't look at that as a particular option. I did think that by moving the building over there, it gives us more opportunity to utilize the space that we were going to use here for activities and opportunities on this side near the park. And then, like I said, I did meet with him on site, Mr. Waldy. We walked the property, we discussed everything, we talked about how we can cohabitate on the location, and he agrees that it's large enough for us to have both our opportunity and his opportunity to remain.
Insurance-wise, because if we're using this, I know it's gated. I believe it's gated.
It's not gated. Oh, yeah, well,
I think it
the
is.
one side.
Yeah, it's gated on the
Mhm,
street
on the
side.
side.
And the other side's the lake. I
Yeah.
don't think we have to gate that.
We have to meet that.
But
But,
the,
but like I said, sir, this is more, I didn't want to proceed with putting the energy and opportunity into running this down if it wasn't the commission's will to do so. So that tonight was just to let you know the
prelim.
idea,
Yeah, sure.
and then let me know, if this is something.
No,
you
I
wanna-
understand that. I'm just looking out for, I'm actually looking out for his side of it, the contractor side of it, because if I went and rented something, I wouldn't want somebody to come in and start saying, well, you don't mind if I use half of it, do you? Yeah.
Well, actually, he rented it with the understanding that we could evict him from all of it. So,
I'm pretty sure he wasn't expecting us to,
oh, well,
considering he's been there for like 10 years, right?
fair enough.
So anyway, I'll let that, as long as he's in agreement with it and there's no conflict, I don't have a problem with it.
Consent. We got a long ways to go here. 9.5, discussion and consideration for additional construction funding for the town emergency generator project.
This item comes before the commission for your approval to move forward with placing out for bid the long-awaited project for the emergency generator. However, there are some considerations that we need to make to decide if this is how we're going to proceed. The original time frame and the original application for this project was about 5 years ago. And during that time, the project expenses have increased tremendously due to a lot of the structural work that has to be done to this building for the electrical aspects to be connected to this building for the generator. Right now, the cost projection is about $1.6 million. Right now, we also have a grant tied to this project. That grant allows us for a reimbursement of our expenses up to $400,000. This grant was applied for, I think, 3 years ago and applied to this project. Right now, I have not yet identified the funding shortfall that was just described between the 1.5, 1.6, and the ability to receive back 400,000. So this conversation at this point is to obtain the commission's desire for how they would like us to proceed. Right now, the project has been designed at 100%, at the point of being able to put it out for bid as early as next week. There are a couple of caveats that I need the commission to be aware of as well. We have secured the ability to state that we will receive the reimbursement of the grant, because at one point there was discussions that we may have lost the grant. At this time and point in time, we have not. However, the project would have to be completed by next year, December, to be considered compliant with the grant office's, I'll just say they're granting compliance rules, for example. So right now, we are at that break point, if you will, of having to make a decision so that we have enough time to be able to facilitate the completion of the project and fulfilling the grant compliance responsibilities. So that's kind of where we are right now. I'd like to add one more thing, please excuse me. One of the things that came up in a conversation after we met town manager was that if we pursue purchasing the generator separate or as a municipality, as opposed to having that be a part of the bid package, we may be able to save some significant dollars because we're able to purchase at a lower, no taxation opportunity, and then there's no markup also from anyone that would bid on the project. So I started looking at that to see what possibilities may arise or be available for us to do that may allow us to order it, save a couple of dollars, and also still be able to have the project completed in the time frame allotted. I do not expect significant, like in the sense of $500,000 in savings, but there could be six-figure savings in approaching the project from that aspect. And I just wanted to add that to the conversation this evening.
Six-figure savings? It's $1 million.
Could be as much as 100 to 200,000, depending on how well we can get that negotiated.
Now, right now, the emergency generator we have is out there. It works fine, right? We've tested it. It works.
Yes, sir.
And we're paying, what, $4,500 a month?
Yes, sir.
And we're going to, there's a reason why we can't keep going with that?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
The application that was sent to the state requires that it be a permanent generator established to provide provide power in winds up to 186 miles per hour, and there was another qualifier that escapes me at the moment.
Jeff, I can help you on this.
It's gotta be
Cat
a-
5.
Cat
and
5.
Thank you,
This
sir.
is just temporary.
Thank you. So because of that, this would not qualify for that,
It can't be mobile.
and it can't be mobile. So
So you take the wheels off, put it inside of a concrete structure.
while that sounds opportunistic, it will not get you compliant, and thus you will be able to do it, but you will lose the $400,000 reimbursement opportunity. And you
Yeah, but
probably
you're going to lose the $400,000, but you're going to be saving
Spending
$1
$1
million on the other side of it.
We're spending $1 million to save 400,000.
But there's one more aspect that I
Yes.
would like the commission to consider when we make this comment. That may be true, but every application you subsequently try to submit to that organization will be marked as a non-compliant person in the past, and thus reduce our opportunity to receive future grants from them. And that has to be weighed, at least in the conversation that we're having this evening.
What's the organization this grant is for?
FDEM, which is the Florida Department of Emergency Management.
It's who we get all our
Oh.
funding from. And we rock the boat here. We're hosed for future grants.
When was the last time we got a grant from them?
Actually, we have a couple of grants from them right now on projects. We have this one. We have
The windows, the roof.
Windows.
the windows, the roof, which are already in
Doors.
reimbursement status for those two.
Are we
have-
waiting for that reimbursement to get the rest of the windows?
We're waiting for the reimbursement. I don't know that it's to get the rest of the windows, though. I think they did the windows, from my
So,
understanding.
not all of them.
Okay, so here's the clarification. We had a grant for some of the windows. We didn't have a grant for all of the windows. When Mr. Guthrie was here last year, we met with him over at Hollywood, and he said to put in the paperwork through the county to complete the building because they only did partial. So it was like 80 windows, and say we have like 180 windows. So we got for those 80, not for the whole 180 that the building actually has, which is why they changed out those, but we didn't change out the rest.
And did we put in for the rest?
No. We tried to do an appropriations last year for it, and then they said that, no, we need to go through the county.
Dee, by the way, is following up on that
Mhm.
further. So I've talked to her about it. She's pursuing the rest of that project right now.
D. Carper.
Dee Carper, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Mayor, when the time is appropriate, I have a couple of remarks to make about this project.
Go ahead.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a little bit, reminds me, there's a song in the musical Hamilton. Raise your hand if you've seen the musical Hamilton. And there's a song in there, it's called The Room Where It Happened. And it's about somebody talking about what happens in the inner workings of people having discussions and solving problems. And you're getting a glimpse into the room where it happened, where our esteemed Public Works Director and the town manager are not necessarily on the same page. And Jeff, I don't know, we've had this discussion probably about 20 times in the last, ever since you got here.
Yes, sir.
And I have a little bit different perspective on it, but I do think there's a solution that addresses the concerns the Public Works Director has and that the town manager has. But there's a little bit of a story and an agenda with 39 items. I'm hesitant to go into a deep narrative. However, I will try to give you the Reader's Digest version. When I got here, there was a great concern about the fact that we were not having a generator that operated effectively in an emergency. Old Bessie, which is parked next to the back door that you come in here, has been around here a long time, and she's sort of been put out to pasture. We tried to resurrect her, and there were some elements that were a problem. There was a radiator, and then I also discovered that old Bessie, even on her best day, did not have an automatic power transfer, which meant that in an emergency, somebody had to manually make sure that the power is transferring from the generator into our building. And then to make matters worse, it turns out that old Bessie did not have the power capacity to power all the elements of this building, air conditioning, elevators, every other aspect to it. And so I had some conferences with our police chief back there, and we all realized the fact that here we're going into hurricane season, and we don't have an emergency generator we could rely on, which, by the way, makes the people at FEMA very uncomfortable with our situation here. So we put our heads together, and I presented to the commission the following proposal, that we get an emergency generator here right now that worked full capacity, automatic power transfer, and we found an excellent price on it, $4,500 a year, and we had it connected, we had it tested.
Month.
And it's, pardon me?
A month, sir.
A month, what did I say?
A year.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. A
Good
month.
deal if you got that.
A month. And so we're excited about the fact that something had been a problem for a long time that we didn't realize how bad a problem was. We solved it right away at an economical price. Now, in the meantime, one of the other things that I encountered was the fact that this grant from the Department of Emergency Management had gotten away from us. In fact, it had gotten away from us more than once. I found all the correspondence going back years, and Dee Carper was very helpful to help us determine the fact that we had missed some deadlines and the grant got away from us. And then we wrote some letters, and those letters had the Department of Emergency Management put the grant back online again for this $400,000. By the time I got here, Mr. Daverman got here, Mr. Odoms got here, we found out that it had expired again before we all arrived, and we tried to move mountains to get the state say, yes, we'll put the grant back in place, and Mr. Odoms is referring to this $400,000, which is to go towards a generator. But then I started looking at the numbers, and because of the fact that the state's requiring to get the grant that you satisfy all these criteria, it's got to satisfy the wind resistance and it can't be mobile. In fact, I was looking at the state requirements, Jeff, it even requires that there be an enclosure built around it. And for the new permanent generator, it turns out because of the installation requirements of the new generator, we may even have to build a new utility area. And so now somebody's saying to me, here you go, here's $400,000 towards a new generator, and your total cost is going to be $1.6 million or $1.4 million. And as Commissioner Morissette said a moment ago, so let me understand this. So you'll give us $400,000 as long as we spend $1.4 million to get that $400,000. Meanwhile, this generator, ugly as it is, works perfectly. We've tested it. It satisfies everything we want to do. So on a cost-benefit analysis, I thought, well, why don't we just keep on spending $4,500 a month? Maybe the aesthetics, decrease its mobility, take the tires off, whatever. And, a couple of times he's looked at me like, oh no, we're not going to have this discussion again. It's like if anybody remembers the Bickersons from the 1940s and 1950s, back and forth, back and forth. So I have reached out to the young lady that's in charge of this grant to get something in writing that says, because my idea is, give us the $400,000 and I'll buy the damn generator that's out there right now, and yes, you heard what Jeff is saying in response to this argument. So I would like to have some more information gathered, but meanwhile the clock is ticking on what Jeff is talking about. So what I'd like to do is have us go forward with the bid. Whenever we go forward with the bid process, we can put caveats on the bid. And
When you let me, I'll speak to you.
okay. And so the theory would be that we go out for the bid process so that we're still on the timeline that the state wants, but we reserve the right for me to finish and get some complete answers to the questions that I have, because I hate precious dollars. And I just hate the idea that I will tell you, as town manager, I'm not completely satisfied that my loony idea of buying that one out there and figuring out a way to have it meet whatever additional code requirements are, because I know when it was installed in a way that's safe. We had our fire people look at it, we had our electric people look at it. And so, as you can tell, in the room where it happened, we're having some internal differences, but I want to honor the Public Works Director's concern. I don't have anything from the state that necessarily says, I've looked at the element, it doesn't really define, there's going to be a red X by your name every time you apply for state money. It talks about the fact that there may be some kind of element that is considered negative because, the third time at bat, we ended up saying no to the grant altogether. I understand what Commissioner Mohammed was nodding her head to about concerns with the relationship with the state, because we want a good relationship with the state. I don't also want to get flim-flammed as it relates to, because my sense is the state wants what's good for us and what our emergency elements. And so I want you allow these two gentlemen to go back in the room where it happened and figure out a way to address all these concerns, but keep the ball moving down the court in the meantime. I can always, no pun intended, pull the plug on it, but in the meantime, Director Odoms quite properly is saying, okay, Dave, I get your point, but let's keep it moving down the line. And when you're satisfied that everything is in order, at least we'll have everything lined up the way we need to. Because as far as the bidding is concerned, if we are going to accept the state grant, he's right. we've got to have everything in place installed by December of '26, and that's not necessarily an easy thing to do. So, there you are.
May I? Remember our conversation with the Florida Power and Light,
Yes.
where the consultants mentioned battery storage and that they have a program, a test program. And a battery storage would make this solution complete.
I'd be all for it if that were the case, but I'm loath to take any chances when it comes to the reason we acted quickly on this generator is we knew hurricane season was coming, and we knew Old Bessie wasn't going to get it done, and it was urgent that we take action. That's why we went to the commission. But I guess all I'm saying is I don't mind exploring with Mr. Baldwin
But that's a technology that is.
In the
it's very progressive right now, and that is what's being installed everywhere, both for businesses and everybody who needs backup power. They go battery nowadays. We're talking obsolete technology. I know we right now need it, but we have rented it, and that could bring us to when we know more a month or two from now what FP&L can do on their timeline, that we don't need it for next year.
I would be delighted to incorporate that information into this little decision-making process that we have. Unfortunately, I think what we need the commission to do, not tonight obviously because it's a workshop, but is to move the thing along at the November 12th meeting with the understanding that I may not have had all my reservations addressed, and again, no pun intended, would be willing to pull the plug on this if I find out that there's a better way to do this.
I think that's a good idea, and I think also that we just take into consideration that if we had to take that generator that's out there now that's working fine, then we had to build a concrete block structure around it that would be much cheaper than $1.2 million or whatever it was. And
By the way, on that point, across the street from us is Peninsula, and their generator is not enclosed, and it's a little bit bigger than the one that we have out there, but not much. And it's there by state law because of the fact that senior centers cannot be without emergency generation power. So
yeah, there's a bigger because they need to service the elevators and AC.
Yeah.
So there's some different requirements after the tragedy we had over here by
in Hollywood.
Yeah.
I got a little bit to say. I think the what's being overlooked is the criticalness of the grant and future grant opportunities. I mean, that's the critical issue here with this, getting it done. Second of all, will you need 12, 14, or 16-ounce gloves when you guys are behind closed doors? Just curious.
16.
So is it possible if we can meet the requirements by buying that one and make it stationary, that we still get the grant?
No.
He's shaking his head no.
Yeah, but he does that all the time. I think it's.
yeah, but every time we get up here, we start saying, let's take a $400,000 grant and spend $1 million to get it. I think we're not looking at the picture in the right direction. We're looking out the window or something.
We're not getting grants. If we lose this grant,
I know I'm trying to.
Yeah,
go ahead. If we lose this grant, that loses grants going forward.
No, that doesn't necessarily. I don't believe that whatsoever.
If we explain it to the state that new technology have changed our needs, and we're not taking the grant, they'll probably be happy as long as we justify our decision.
Okay, I want to put a couple things just on the floor. One, you're not always going to get a grant that funds any and every project at 100%. Most of them require some form of matching. That's the first thing that you got to understand. Nobody's giving you free money to do your job. Second, we've been kicking this down the road. The Florida Division of Emergency Management covers all grants for emergency management performance grants, urban search and rescue, Florida National Domestic Preparedness, National Incident Management, Homeland Security, nonprofit security grants, your hurricane mitigation, your planning, your retrofitting. All these things are coming from the Florida Division of Emergency Management. That's a large portion of all of our grants for everything we need for our city. So if you sit here and say, hey, no, we want to play this game where, hey, you applied for a grant, you knew you weren't getting 100% full funding, and now you're saying, well, you know what, we found a way that we can, we can kind of operate, but we're got to understand something. We're operating a full-fledged police department. This is your EEOC. So when you're sitting here and you're trying to get this building up to full operational EEOC standards, you don't want to play with the person that's giving you the money, that's sitting here paying for your roof, your windows, your doors, and everything else that you need, and also the same agency that's sitting here giving you all the relief for when we're flooded. So this is what scares me when we're sitting here kind of having this game. I know that we're under a time constraint because of the fact that our previous people have sat here trying to find a way not to spend the money, but it's money that we pledged when we applied for this grant. I don't want to be on that list to say, hey, Florida DEM, hey, Kevin Guthrie, we don't want to be ineligible and block our hands moving down the road for future grants. That's what I'm scared about.
Commissioner, I don't think we're pushing anything down the road. I think we're trying to find a more economical solution. And the economical solution would be to actually possibly find a way to use the equipment that we already have and not go spend $1 million needlessly if we don't have to.
Will the grant be regulated down if the whole project scope shrinks?
You apply for a criteria. This is when you're applying for these grants, you're telling them and they're agreeing, hey, this is what we're willing to give you funding for. Hey, no, we're not going to give you a purple light bulb, and then all of a sudden you say, oh no, I want a blue balloon. They're not, you put in all of that paperwork. That's what those engineering specs are for when you're sitting here applying. That's why these grants are so tedious and time consuming. And we spent money to say, hey, and meet the requirements to be eligible for that grant. So now we're sitting here in the 11th hour saying, hey, no, we're not going to give you the permanent hardwire. We're going to give you the temporary movable.
Well, but I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is go forward with what he's asking for tonight, because we always have the opportunity to pull the plug on a bid. We always have that opportunity.
He's not doing a bid.
Pardon me?
You're doing a bid for it? Okay.
Yeah. So he's got the right to pull that bid. All I'm telling you is that in the meantime, I'm going to continue looking into this. If the solution I come up with is one that endangers our future funding, I won't pursue that opportunity. Or if it turns out the methodology I'm describing, I just want to gather information. As I deal with this commission, I'm constantly presenting you with data and information. Then you make the decision. I'm not comfortable that we have all the data, but the fact I don't have all the data right now doesn't mean we have to derail where the Public Works Director wants to take us right now.
Yeah, and I think the rhetoric of saying that if we turn down money from an organization is saying that you'll never get it again. I think that's that just doesn't make sense to me. These organizations get thousands of applicants all the time, different things from different towns, and
listen,
they don't turn them down because you put in a second one.
I jealously guard the relationship we have with the state. I've chatted with Dee about this. We had to move heaven and earth to get this grant back again. So believe me, I do not lightly talk about this issue and would not endanger the relationship with the state. Let's move forward with what Jeff is talking about, but I guarantee you that if I find some information or data that gives us an alternative that preserves our relationship with the state, I'll come back and talk to you about it. That's really all I'm saying.
Yes, and what I was saying is I don't really preserving our relationship with the state may be important, but is it $1 million worth of importance if they're only giving us $400,000?
Well,
in the future they're going to give us more.
Yeah, to be fair to what Commissioner Mohammed is saying is,
yes, but
maybe we're looking for.
But you don't combine all those departments under this one particular area.
No, but I don't want to lose a $10 million grant next year because they're honked off at us.
I understand that
with reference to that. So I promise you, I will guard that relationship with the same fervor that Commissioner Mohammed has expressed as important.
All right. Well, I'm okay with let's going forward with the way you suggested it is get the contract together and go ahead and do it. But
Jeff, there was something you wanted to add?
I'll let Manny.
I just wanted to
Manny?
throw in one perspective that I feel we're not really paying attention to. Take the grant out of the picture, all of that, and any permanent structure that we put out here for the generator, the work that is being proposed is to bring everything up to code, because once we present this, we're gonna go down to the first floor to the other Jeffrey's office and the other Manny's office, and they're gonna be like, no, guys, you need permit, everything has to be brought up to code. The building is not up to code for today's standards. So no matter what direction we flow, that work has to be done. That's it, regardless of the grant or not. The generator is cheap. The generator is out of it. It's the work that needs to be done to bring the building up to code so that we're in compliance and the building doesn't blow up. That's the perspective. I feel like
Even if you spent $1 million, you're not bringing the building up to code.
I don't know if it's going to be $1 million.
You don't spend $1 million, you're not.
It's not gonna be up to
Yeah.
code.
The plus side is with the grant, we're getting at least 400,000 back out of whatever we do, but it just has to be brought up to code no matter what we do. And right now, it's permanent, it's temporary. God forbid one of those wires breaks, somebody walks by at the exact moment, it's a liability, no matter how you look at it. That's just my point of view. I wanted to throw it in there so we don't get stuck on the grant.
We have a little bit of time. Let's look at our options.
I would like to share a couple of add-ins to the conversation.
Can you use the microphone, please?
Sorry, sir. I'd like to add a couple of things to the conversation for your consideration. One is that I need to get this out for bid as soon as possible. I don't know if the legal and the appropriate steps to do that. Tonight's meeting, I don't know if I get direction to go put it out next week on Monday, but that's a conversation.
We have to vote on the 12th, don't we?
Correct, yeah, correct. There's no action this evening. If there's consensus to move forward, he can certainly take that as direction to prepare bid specifications. So once the item is approved on the 12th, they're ready to go to save you that prep time. I don't have any issue with that, but with regards to any formal action, we'd have to wait until the next meeting.
Okay.
Jeff
What
Donna's
does there
not
have
with
to
you.
do?
Get those bids,
Yep.
specs.
I'll start working with her tomorrow on that. We actually set it up already, so it's just a matter of go.
Excellent.
The second thing is language will be inserted in the bid as a criteria from anyone responding that they are must be able by contract to complete the job by September 30th next year. And the reason for that is to keep us in compliance. If you can't meet that, don't bother to bid, basically is what I'm saying. So at least we'll have cover. If for any reason we don't meet it, we know that we were sold the concept that we would have it done to be compliant, and that should satisfy the state should we run into that problem. The next thing I wanted to bring up and remind everyone is that you're right. This is out here and it's usable, but there are a lot of things that we don't take into consideration, and here's one. If you have another disaster here in Florida and you suffer damage and you are not up to FEMA standard at the time of that emergency, you will not get reimbursed. You will not get reimbursed. So it's not just grants per se for projects, it's also reimbursement for if you have challenges during a declared emergency and you don't have your critical infrastructure at the level that FEMA would expect it to be. So then you would not be able to be reimbursed for any damages that you incurred under that scenario. So just another thing to add to the thought process. And that's all I have on that.
Not often do I totally agree with the sheriff, but I am on this. For future funding depends on this grant being completed. So we went out for it. We got it. It has to be completed. So my suggestion is we go with the town attorney's suggestion there.
Yeah, if I could just make one comment to the Public Works Director, given the time frame and the deadline, I would just ask as you prepare bid specifications with Donna, you may want to include a fairly significant liquidated damages provision in there to the extent that there is any overshot of that deadline to put an additional burden on any vendor that has signed up who might miss that target.
We'll put this as line item. All right, 9.6. This? Yep, thank you. 9.6, discussion and consideration for additional design funding South Park Road C-Slip project, 25th Street.
Yes, sir. So as you may be aware, we have a couple of projects in our pipeline. One being a C-slip project for South Park Road that's supposed to run the full length of South Park Road. It's a complete redesign. It's supposed to give us
Just
share.
talk into the mic, would you?
Oh, I apologize. I'm sorry. It's a long day. I'm saying we have a C-slip project that is for South Park Road that's supposed to run the length of South Park Road. That's also a grant. That's an C-slip grant through Broward County working with FDOT, which is Florida Department of Transportation. That project is to be designed and then to be constructed at the end of its design, right now projected early 2027. Also, we have a second part to our Southwest 25th Street project for stormwater. Right now, as you know, we did the groundbreaking on the first part, which was a couple of weeks ago. That's under construction at this time. The second part needs to be designed so that it can be under construction as well, projection 2027. What we did was we looked to take the design company of Tetra Tech to incorporate the design for both projects at the same time, saving money on the drainage aspects that needed to be designed. That process causes us to have those additional design funds in the amount of $501,000. The money is again appropriated in an account, which we did at the budget process. So at this time, we're bringing this to the commission for approval to be able to move forward.
I recommend it.
I don't have a problem.
Consent. 9.7, consideration and approval of agreement with Rafi's Financial Consultants for Public Services Director.
Yes, sir. So this item we brought forward before for a rate study. We were discussing the opportunity for the town to begin looking into developing a refreshed and updated rate study for the town's sewer and stormwater rates. We are looking at using Raftellus, which is a company that I am familiar with their work and understand the quality of work that they provide. I've been asked to continue to look at maybe another particular option. Maybe we can do something local, and to see if I can bring that back for the commission's review. As of right now, the scope of work that they're willing to provide and what we're looking to have done is relegated to stormwater review of our entire stormwater master plan, looking at our infrastructure projects to come, and then assessing our rates as opposed to other rates in the area for stormwater and for sewer. And this is often done to generate the revenue necessary for the infrastructure projects to move forward. So I'm still looking at Raftellus, but I'm going to take another opportunity to just verify if there's an opportunity for us to save a couple of dollars with someone else.
The price has increased because we've sat on this thing for so long and it hasn't gotten done. It's these projects that are killing us and dragging this town down that need completed. So
I agree.
what do you think?
Sure.
Well, I spoke with him earlier today, so he's just going to check a couple of the prices for the next meeting.
Okay, make it a line item then.
Town attorney, on that note, where are we at as far as, you remember the lawsuit that was pending with one of the other towns where they had been overcharged and they...
Bear with me for item 911. Bear with me for item 911, if you would, Mr. Commissioner. 9.11, if we could speak to that.
I will wait.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. 9.8.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
Discussion and possible action regarding processing of automated clearinghouse ACH payments for town vendors, contractors, town attorney Horowitz, and finance.
Yeah, and I can speak to this while Mr. Davidman is coming up. Your town manager earlier this afternoon used the analogy of a hockey goalie in the finance department, keeping pucks from flying into the net. And this was sort of one of those examples. You may recall the commission a month or so ago, I think your last meeting, adopted an ordinance amending your check signing policy, which now includes the town manager and the finance director as authorized signatories on the town checks. While they're permitted to sign, at least one signature has to be a member of the commission. Every check requires 2 signatures. In working to implement that ordinance, your finance department noticed some language in the code, and I recommended putting the item on for discussion this evening just to seek some clarification as to the commission's intent. The code section that was amended that adds the finance director and the manager is titled Disbursement by Checks Only and speaks to all municipal funds and public monies only being dispersed by check. Going back probably 8 or 9 years at least, there's a long history in the town of using ACH wire transfers to pay all of the, I shouldn't say all, most of your regular town vendors, all of your recurring expenses that occur on a daily basis. Your consultants and quite a few others are paid by ACH wire transfer. I wanted to clarify for your finance department, it was not the commission's intent to change the practice and policy with regards to wire transfer payments, but rather only when checks are issued, and those are typically for non-recurring expenses, those checks would require the 2 signatures as the commission previously directed. It's more a transparency issue, and just wanted to confirm the commission's intent. I didn't think, your finance department did not think it was the commission's intent to stop all ACH transfers for all the other people doing business with the town, but to ensure that when checks are issued for those non-recurring expenses, all of those checks are issued pursuant to the revised ordinance that was just adopted. So I recommended putting this on the agenda just to bring it to the commission's attention and just to ensure that we're correct in your intent.
So you're looking for a line item on this, or?
So actually, on this item, what I would actually suggest maybe is an amendment to the ordinance just to clarify that it only relates to checks. This may be on your next meeting, it may be on the meeting following. I'll work on some language with your finance department. More importantly, in the short term, I just want your finance department to have some level of comfort that they can continue with the practice they've been utilizing for the past 9 or 10 years with regards to ACH transfers.
Is the commission okay going forward for the next 2 months or next few months with the ACH payments?
Sure, absolutely.
These are all your recurring expenses, all your budgeted expenses, nothing out of the ordinary. They're all expenditures the commission's approved. It's more just a mechanism of payment.
Okay, then when that ordinance is prepared, go ahead and stick it on.
We'll stick it on for it'll just be more of a housekeeping item than anything.
Then consider that
Make sure
direction for the manager and finance director.
So we're good with that? Just making sure? Thank you.
9.9, discussion and matter identifying the October 14, 2025 JLAC committee meeting and updating the audit findings. Town manager Lynch.
Yeah, I'm going to defer to the finance director to offer some commentary here.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. James Daverman, Finance Director, Town of Pembroke.
Your mic's not on.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. James Daverman, I'm the Finance Director, Town of Pembroke Park. Just wanted to answer any questions you might have about how we're handling remediating the audit findings that showed up in the JLAC meeting that took place a couple of weeks ago. And also wanted to give you a quick update on how we were proceeding with remediating those issues. Just wanted to say that in the year that I've been here, I've essentially oriented the finance department to tackle specific audit findings. The persistent ones that have shown up on the JLAC report that we're addressing today had to do with the timing of bank reconciliations, our payment process, our procurement process, and our accounts payable process. Essentially, prior to my assuming the role here, we had a lack of consistency within the role of finance director. We had some turnover there. So you essentially had 2 people managing all aspects of finance the last couple of years, and that led to some of these findings. And what I found was that when they were in a situation where they had to make a quick decision or felt rushed in any way or had to deal with a bottleneck, certain shortcuts ended up being taken. So we had a lack of internal control, culminating in OIG investigations and issues with audits over the years. And so we took some steps to remediate it. When it comes to our accounts payable process, We brought on a full-time accounts payable clerk whose job is to process our invoices, which have increased in volume over the last few years, answer collection calls to ensure timeliness of those payments, and then to record the transaction, because one of the shortcuts that was taken before is that people were not recording transactions at the point of the transaction. They would wait far too long, and that would show up as an audit citation. And so now we're actually actively reconciling all payments that are made within the same month that they're made. So that's the first change. The second change is our procurement policy. We brought on a procurement administrator who was a net neutral add. She came over from a different department, and her job is to ensure that all aspects of procurement obey or are in compliance with our handbook and any state-related state statutes. And so we have implemented a strict approval chain going up through me and ending with the town manager. She has full authority to conduct investigations for any payments or for any unauthorized payments or any payments that can potentially pose a risk to the town's compliance standing. And we also require all signatures, documentation, and approvals in order to get that payment processed. We will reject payments that do not meet all of our established criteria. The third issue is with bank reconciliations. Part of the reason why they weren't done in a timely fashion was just delays in actually recording transactions at the point that they happened. And so we've cross-trained extensively to the point that I now enter journal entries just when payroll takes place, for example. And so we're actually recording entries at the point of the transaction. And so we have a deadline of the 25th of each month in order to have our reconciliations done. Reconciliations are currently being handled by our assistant finance director and myself, so we're able to tackle it. Now, there are still issues where we have to make quick decisions and when we're stressed, and I've advised the team to just slow things down and ensure that we're in compliance. There are also other responsibilities that we have that often pull us away from just processing. I can speak to this because I've lived it very recently. I was in the middle of preparing our budget, and I had to handle a bank reconciliation. And then we received an inquiry from an external party. I'm sure you're familiar with Doge. And so that required a significant amount of data to answer the questions on the questionnaire. And so that pulled me away. But because we've cross-trained so extensively, and I was able to have the assistant finance director continue with the bank reconciliations while I handle that inquiry. So we feel that we have a pretty good program in place in order to deal with these audit findings. The last thing I'll add is that we have a very strong working relationship with our auditors, James Moore and Company. We're actually in the middle of an interim audit now, and the point of the interim audit is to just ensure that our processes and policies and procedures that we've implemented over the last audit cycle are being followed. And so we're getting real-time feedback, and so much so that they graciously wrote us a letter letting us know what the implications of the JLAC committee. So they actually wrote us a letter basically letting us know that it was very unlikely that there'd be anything punitive that would occur so long as we continued to proactively address all of our audit findings. So just wanted to, again, just provide some clarity and transparency in terms of the processes that we've put in place to ensure that the persistent audit findings that we've had over the years are just not repeated. Again, I've oriented the entire department specifically with a goal towards remediating these findings. And I'll take any questions. And of course, my door is always open for any commissioner who'd like to actually see the process or review anything.
No, that's good, James. Thank you for your fine work. We appreciate it immensely.
Yeah, and then the letter that they sent us clarifies all these misunderstandings that were in the past. So I'm pretty happy with the situation. It was just we missed each other on the but everything that you and David have corrected in the way you do the accounting have sorted all these problems.
I'll just add again, for some reason, they pulled the audit findings and they pulled the audit, but they could have referenced our responses to the audit findings that were actually in the official audit of record that was sent to the Florida CFO's office, etc. But
They didn't look at it.
in the future,
They
David
missed
has advised me to copy or CC JLAC for anything I send that's audit related, and so that hopefully that will help mitigate that.
Okay, so JALAC only target 25-0012 through to like 005. We are completed. But as far in my understanding, 25-0 through to 25-11, do we complete it?
Yeah, there were 5 net new findings, and they didn't make it into that report because they were net new. The good news is, well, it's not good news, but I'd say the thing that makes me optimistic is the fact that 4 of those 5 findings were not related to our accounting processes or finance. It was issues of mistaken email addresses, for example. And so those have been taken care of. And actually, the first thing I did, one of them was in accounts receivable. We had failed to write off credit balances that were owed to residents. And so the first thing I did was write them off, and we sent them to unclaimed property. So that's not going to recur on the next audit finding. But outside of that, the other 4 had nothing to do with accounting or any of our internal processes.
So this is the certified mails. Now you are confirmed the JALAC received the update report from you guys?
Correct. We put together a letter, responded to every single one, handed it to, we gave it to Dee, and she forwarded over to a representative over at JLAC on our behalf.
As far in my conversation with Dee, it's not completed.
I assume she's talking about the net new findings. And so, again, as I mentioned, those had nothing to do with our accounting processes. Those were actually the easiest ones to clear off the board. So I can assure you that they have been taken care of.
So can you please figure it out with Dee, the confirmation about it, and please let us know the commissions like we are up to date and we are not in trouble, please.
Absolutely. We've been talking to her all week, so I will let her know about
Thank you.
your question and your request.
Thanks.
Anyone else?
Oh, thank you.
9. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks.
9.10, discussion possible action, additional benefits for employees in the form of a car wash. Town Manager Lynch.
Every now and then, I suppose I have a creative streak. Sometimes I hit the target, sometimes it's a foul ball. I mentioned this to Mayor Jacobs the other day because I was inspired by the fact that the Sud Stop car wash in our town has been washing our police cars for free. We have no contract with them. We've been washing them for free. And so I approached the manager over there and I said, what would happen if we did that as a town benefit for all the rest of our employees? We'd be interested in paying. And I would be exceeding that $10,000 threshold if I had a free car wash for every employee to wash one car, not multiple cars, but one car, because they read your license plate, is how they do the club membership. And the cost would be somewhere between, in the vicinity of $11 to $12 per month per employee. It's a very low cost. As a matter of fact, if you pass the new threshold, I don't even have to bring it back to the commission because it's a little bit over $10,000. But as you saw from the employee luncheon today and the other ones that everybody's attended, we are trying to build a culture of your job being a joyful experience. That sounds a little bit odd, I suppose, in this modern day of just accumulating numbers and looking at bottom lines. But the environment in which you work is one in which every little thing, like that old song, Little Things Mean a Lot, create a great difference. And I speak with our HR director, Brad Frischman, on a regular basis. And we've seen this continuous upsurge, well, I'd say over the last year or so, in terms of employee morale. You've heard the chief talk about the police performance, but what he hasn't talked about that much, but which we discuss on a regular basis at our directors meeting, is the fact that morale is on such an upswing because they feel that the police department is on a leadership role in terms of really doing what's right for our citizens. And so there's a sort of an esprit de corps that's forming here of everybody wanting to pull together, do the best job they can for the citizens and for the benefit of the community and the reputation of this community. So my anticipation is that I'll continue looking for small things. It's a small thing, but I did want to bring to the commission's attention and our employees. I did raise this at the directors meeting, and I've done some reconnaissance in terms of communication with our employees. And it seems to be the kind of thing that's just one more small chip on the scale of positivity and how people feel about it. By the way, I don't know of any other place that I've ever done such a thing before, but it certainly would be a welcome event. And by the way, for the people that are giving us free car washes for our police cars now, they'll still continue to wash the police cars for free, but the personal cars of each employee, including the police, would be included in this program. So it's also throwing some business in their direction in recognition of the fact that they've been so generous with our police department vehicles.
So does that mean one wash per month for each employee?
One wash per day.
Oh dear.
If they want to take it every day, they can. But it's only about $12 a month, as I mentioned.
Do they get a card or?
No, you register their license plate.
Oh.
It reads the plate, and in you go and out you go. Plus free vacuums.
Who registers that?
Sudstop registers it. The employee gives us their license plate number.
Okay.
We give it to Sudstop, and then Commissioner Morris sets, 1922 Model T, goes through the car wash.
So commission also be eligible for that?
I'm sorry?
Commission also eligible for that?
Yeah, you're an employee.
Mayor, if I may, and Mr. Manager, it's
Person would be cost is $12?
I get ahead of myself.
well, it's not my intent to be a fly in the ointment, but I do want to just throw a couple items on the table. And I know the manager and I have not discussed this proposal, so I'm hearing a lot of this for the first time. Just keep in mind a few things. This may be considered compensation to your employees under the Internal Revenue Code. There may be a tax component to the issue here. There may also be an issue here with regards to endorsing business within our community. In other words, why would we select one particular business in the community to the exclusion of any other business that may be interested in the same opportunity?
I don't mind going out for bids on this.
Yeah, what I'm saying, and again, there are municipalities that have provisions in their procurement code that speak to doing business with the city, in many cases at no cost to the city, because there's an inherent value in doing business with the town of Pembroke Park, both from a promotional standpoint and other reasons. I don't have an opposition. I want to state firmly on the record, but before we move forward, I'd like the opportunity to look a little closer. I certainly admire the manager's creativity, and I'm sure it'd be something that the employees would value.
I'm okay with that.
I don't believe there is another car wash in town.
Not anymore.
Actually, I think there are a couple others.
No, I mean besides the guy with a hose.
No, I think they're gone. They're gone.
That's the only one I think.
No, they're there.
There more?
The one by Henrytown, it's still there.
It's still there.
It's still there.
We can publish bids if
Again, I would just like the opportunity to look a little closer at the opportunity.
legal muster. I have no problem doing the bids on that. It doesn't really matter that much.
Should we postpone this to next work?
I would just give us the opportunity to do a little research. We'll bring it back.
Okay, we'll do that. Postpone. All right, 9/11, discussion and possible action to engage in the Akram Law Firm to represent the town on a special counsel pursuant to potential recovery. The City of Hollywood overcharges related to matters relevant to the large issue agreement.
Yeah, some history here, Mayor Commission. You may recall, and I've mentioned this a number of times, both publicly and privately to members of the commission. The town is a participant in what's referred to as the large user agreement with the City of Hollywood. It's an omnibus, essentially sewer maintenance, wastewater maintenance agreement going back to the early 80s. I think there are 6 large users currently: Pembroke Pines, Dania, Hollandale, Broward County, Pembroke Park. Miramar was previously. The City of Hollywood manages all of the wastewater that's collected through its utility system as a outgrowth of this agreement. The City of Pembroke Pines has been in a number of lawsuits with Hollywood regarding the methodology that Hollywood uses and has used over the years to charge the various large users for the service Hollywood provides. The recent history has resulted in a settlement that City of Hollywood and City of Pembroke Pines have entered into, was approved by both commissions about 5 or 6 weeks ago. I mentioned at the last commission meeting that the settlement was imminent. This relates to a lawsuit that was filed by Pembroke Pines against the City of Hollywood going back to 2018. The Ackerman law firm, which is a national law firm, was the special counsel for the City of Pembroke Pines for about 10 years as a predicate and throughout the litigation of this lawsuit. At the time that the settlement was entered into, the matter was on appeal. Pembroke Pines won in significant part at trial. Hollywood prevailed in a limited part at trial. Both items were on cross appeal in the Fourth District Court of Appeals. The settlement that was approved by both commissions resulted in the City of Hollywood essentially making a payment to the City of Pembroke Pines in the tune of about $8.5 million. A portion of that had to do with legal fees, but a lot of it had to do with the misapplication of certain methodology in the large user agreement, certain overcharges, certain debt service charges, and certain charges with what's referred to as a payment in lieu of taxes, or a pilot. It's a highly complex utility methodology set out in the agreement, and the utility specialist legal counsel at Ackerman have done the homework as it relates to the various components of the litigation. There are also some experts that were involved, primarily a gentleman named Kevin Kwan, who's done some modeling on behalf of the City of Pembroke Pines as it relates to the manner in which the overcharges were implemented by the City of Hollywood. We have reached out to Ackerman's lead counsel, a lady named Cindy Laquadera. She's a former city attorney for the city of Jacksonville. The manager and I had a conversation with Ms. Laquadera on October 6th of this year. She was kind enough to give us her preliminary analysis as it relates to where Pembroke Park stood. We're the smallest of the large users, given the volume utilized by the town on the Hollywood system. She did some preliminary numbers based on the essentially roadmap that's been developed throughout the course of the Pembroke Pines lawsuit. Her preliminary numbers, and I'm just going to put this on the record, but certainly not expect to be held to these numbers, would suggest the town could stand to recover conceivably a little shy of about $100,000 a year going back 5 years, which is the statute of limitations. There's a methodology based primarily on the debt service damages, one as it relates to the overcharges, and there's certain provisions of the agreement that outline the methodology Hollywood's misapplied. Then there's also the amount as it relates to payment in lieu of taxes. Each of those components is roughly $25,000 based on the formula that was used in the Pembroke Pines litigation, which could translate to the other large users. The town of Hollandale Beach and the city of Dania have already engaged Ackerman to pursue potential recovery against the city of Hollywood. As a matter of procedure, before one municipality can file a lawsuit against another municipality or against another unit of government, there's a process in Florida. It's referred to as Chapter 164. It's the dispute resolution process. Florida law is intended to resolve disputes between governmental entities rather than have those disputes initially or immediately end up in the courthouse. Under Chapter 164, before we could file a lawsuit against the town of Hollywood or the city of Hollywood, we would need to have this commission adopt a resolution. That resolution would lay out our grievances, lay out the issues with the large user agreement, lay out what we believe the town was overcharged as it relates to the 3 various components. If the commission would adopt that resolution, it would start us on a process. The first step in that process is for our town manager to sit down with the city manager in Hollywood and talk through that issue administrator to administrator. If Mr. Lynch and his counterpart were not able to resolve the the issue, the next step is the commission. And this commission would sit down with your counterparts, the City of Hollywood. They have a 7-member commission in a joint public meeting between both collegial bodies where you would have the opportunity to speak with your counterparts in Hollywood and similarly work to resolve the issues before we get into a courthouse. In the event that the manager is not able to resolve the issue and the various commissions are not able to resolve the issue, at that point, a lawsuit can then be filed by Pembroke Park against the City of Hollywood to pursue recovery through the court system. There are deadlines in the statute as it relates to when these meetings occur. 90 days, another 90 days, 120 days. It's a process that then gets you into the courthouse to pursue recovery. The item before you this evening is to engage the Ackerman Law Firm, who has already done all the homework, and we would have the benefit of their work in the Pembroke Pines litigation to pursue potentially that issue with regards to the City of Hollywood. You'll see there's a fee engagement agreement in the backup. They're a national law firm. They're a high-priced law firm. I look at their rates and I start to question my career choices. It is not without expense, but nevertheless, they are highly competent. They are highly qualified, and they have the roadmap. It will likely require the retention of also Mr. Kwan, Kevin Kwan, who was the utility financing expert that Pembroke Pines used. There is some cost here. The cost, again, would be less than whenever the town would otherwise stand to recover, and we're certainly hopeful that because Hollywood has spent 10 years roughly litigating this issue against the City of Pembroke Pines, they would then realize, as it relates to Hollandale and Dania and Pembroke Park and the other large users, that they have an issue. By settling their lawsuit with the City of Pembroke Pines, they avoided the need for a court to enter a judgment. There's not a judgment that would suggest that there was a misapplication or any liability that would extend to the other large users. They made a risk analysis to settle with Pembroke Pines rather than potentially have that appellate court uphold the trial verdict, which would then apply to all of the large users. There's a dialogue to be had here with the City of Hollywood. Again, we've mentioned this in the past. To the extent that the town would like to pursue that dialogue, we'd recommend engaging the Ackerman firm, who knows the large user agreement, has all the background, has all the history, has the roadmap, and has done the homework. They'd be able to use our numbers, work with our public utilities team here to refine a resolution for the commission to consider, and then to pursue recovery against Hollywood. What we would also do, presumably, is reach out to our counterparts in Dania and Hollandale and see if there was an opportunity for the other large users to band together and essentially approach Hollywood together with the hope of avoiding multiple years of litigation and unnecessary attorney's fees if we can negotiate some resolution with our colleagues in Hollywood to essentially put this to bed, knowing that there is some exposure here for them, given the 10 years of litigation they've had with Pembroke Pines that ultimately resulted in a favorable settlement for the City of Pembroke Pines.
Is the sequence of events have the town manager first contact?
Well, what we would probably do is begin with a conversation with the City of Hollywood. I would likely have that with my counterpart in the City of Hollywood. I'd encourage the manager, and we would coordinate for him to do the same. If Hollywood is not simply going to look at our numbers and realize that there is a overcharge that's occurred and work with us to negotiate some settlement before we were to pursue something further from a judicial relief perspective, we would engage Ackerman for that purpose. I would like, if the commission's amenable, I'd like the authorization to engage Ackerman. Again, they've done the homework. They know the roadmap to a successful recovery here.
So you want to engage them before we contact them?
Well, again,
town manager talks?
I think we would have that conversation first to open up that door. But in the event that Hollywood is not amenable to some resolution, we'd like the opportunity to engage them. In fact, I would not have any issue if the commission would approve this, subject to the manager and I having those conversations with our counterparts in Hollywood. And then again, in the event that Hollywood was not amenable to some dialogue, we would then utilize Ms. Laquadera and her team at Ackerman to pursue something more formal. And we would do that before bringing a Chapter 164 resolution to the commission. Our intent would certainly be to resolve this without the need for litigation and unnecessary attorney's fees.
Yes, certainly.
I have a question. Does Hollywood have an obligation to provide these services, or is it...
They have a contractual obligation to provide the services going back to the 80s. So the answer is yes. They also have an obligation to properly apply the methodology in their contract. I mean, this is a breach of contract case. I mean, it's really as narrow as that, but the subject matter is highly complex, has to do with financing, debt service, payment in lieu of taxes, and a unique methodology based on the wastewater that's collected through the Hollywood system through each of the various large users. Each large user is allocated certain capacity. And there's issues with regard to the volume and capacity that goes through the Hollywood system, and each large user is billed based on that capacity. There's an issue, there's an exhibit to the large user agreement. It's referred to as Exhibit D. And there's some indication that Hollywood has misapplied the methodology in Exhibit D over the years.
We could get possibly like a half a.
Errare humanum est.
That's the poop.
So again, I think the manager and I would be happy to have that dialogue with our counterparts in Hollywood.
Okay.
We would like the opportunity, if we are not successful there, to engage Ms. Laquadera. In fact, what we could do.
Do you need direction then?
If there's consensus, I think we could start that conversation, again, based on that consensus this evening.
I think we're all in agreement on that.
We can have that conversation.
All right.
And I'd still ask that the item be placed on the agenda for the next meeting, and we can maybe report back. If we can get an answer between now and the regular meeting, we
Line
can
item?
certainly report back at that time.
Line item and direction.
That'd be fair. Thank you.
9.12, consideration approval declaration of surplus property and approval for intergovernmental sale of the Ford Explorer.
Yeah, I mean, I know this, the chief can speak this, I can speak. Yeah, this is a fairly straightforward item. We have a surplus Ford Explorer.
Okay.
Is that the one from?
Timer's
Public
going.
Works?
I believe this is, I believe this is either code or a PD vehicle. The chief might be able to give you the specifics on the vehicle. They've reached an agreement with the Village of Sea Ranch Lakes, where the village would simply purchase the vehicle from us. It's a two-step process. Under our code, we would need the commission to declare the vehicle to be surplus. There is a provision in state law that allows a government-to-government transfer of personal property. This would be included in that. It would avoid some of the public notification advertising requirements as it relates to surplus, because again, it's going from one governmental agency to another. Under this particular scenario, the receiving agency, the Village of Sea Ranch Lakes, under state law, is responsible for all of the costs associated with their acquisition of the vehicle.
This vehicle is a building department vehicle that they're going to relinquish, and Sea Ranch Lakes basically expressed an interest in the vehicle. They'd be interested in purchasing it for their fleet, for their police department and stuff. So I said, let me see what the vehicle is going for and stuff. So we're able to get some prices regarding Blue Book prices on it and everything else, which is the same thing we would get in a government auction. So at that point, we figure we could bring it forward to you all, and you can make a determination if it's something we could just sell to the city in lieu of taking it to auction.
Yeah, I don't have a problem.
This is an easier way, in my opinion. So, yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
and just again, for the commission's benefit, under state law, if the town is going to surplus property and the estimated value of that property would exceed $5,000, there's certain advertising, publication, and notice requirements for any auction. Those don't apply if it's a government-to-government transfer, which this would be. So we'd be able to simply sell the vehicle to Sea Ranch Lakes, and again, under that statute, they're required for all the expenses associated with that transfer. Is that a consent item, Mayor?
Consent.
Consent.
Thank you.
Motion to direct, 9.13, motion to direct town attorney's office draft an ordinance implementing section 9, the town charter to provide the rotation by commission district every 2 years for the mayor, vice mayor, clerk commissioner, and acting clerk commissioner Hodgkins, and town attorney Horowitz.
Would you like me, or you want to go ahead, Commissioner?
Well, I can give you an introduction. The reason I did this is because, as we all know, sitting up here, at the time it came to choose a mayor and a vice mayor and that type of thing, we were missing one vote. Ms. Kashima was not here, so did not vote, which was to me a misnomer on her part. But I believe that you have to vote unless you have a conflict of interest. So it's this is to kind of clarify. The town attorney and I have been looking at what different towns have done and what they do and how they go about it, and to have some sort of order so that we don't end up in a stalemate and have somebody just not vote in order to fix the outcome. So, town attorney, you want to take it from there?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. And as Commissioner Hodgkins indicated, he and I have had a number of conversations about this topic. As we know, the charter was recently amended to provide a change in the mayor. And again, keep in mind, this is not only the mayor. This is the mayor, this is the vice mayor, clerk commissioner. This is each position on the dais to provide for a rotation every 2 years. What the commissioner is looking to consider is an ordinance that would implement that charter provision. It's not uncommon for municipalities to adopt ordinances to do just that. The example that I included to the commissioner, which he added to the backup, was the process that Pembroke Pines uses as it relates to their vice mayor. And again, just by way of analogy, Pembroke Pines has a mayor that's elected at large. Again, it's elected to a 4-year term. Every year, the commission elects a vice mayor. And they have an ordinance, the charter, I should say, requires the election of a vice mayor every year. That city's adopted an ordinance which implements a rotation for the vice mayor. So every year, it's a perfunctory act of the commission to simply adopt the next in line in the rotation. So each member of the commission knows when in the rotation they're going to be the vice mayor. There's no discussion, there's no debate. Next in line, the commission, who is next in line by way of district, assumes that role. It's not a mandate. The way their ordinance reads, it's to the extent possible and that the commissioners deem it to be appropriate, the next person in line to be the vice mayor would be from the next district in the rotation. We have a couple unique quirks in Pembroke Park, several of which we discussed earlier this evening. You don't have staggered terms. Most municipalities in Florida have staggered terms where 2 members are elected in even number years and 3 members are elected in the next 2 years. We have a scenario where the entire commission is up for election in March of 2027, March of 3031, et cetera. We could, theoretically, our office, and be happy to work with Commissioner Hodgkins, bring back an ordinance that implemented or provided for a rotation of each of your commission positions. Keeping in mind, only 2 members of the commission will be able to serve as mayor and vice mayor and clerk commissioner during any 1 4-year term. Because again, they're 2-year terms in those positions. You're each elected at the same time, and you would need more than 1 term in office to be able to move throughout the rotation cycle. The other thing Commissioner Hodgkins and I talked about was experience, which we know is a discussion point for the commission earlier in the year. One of the things that Commissioner Hodgkins considered was ensuring that you would not be eligible to serve as mayor until after you were entering your 2nd term of office, which could also be an option. You all can really control what this process looked like, but we could help you draft an ordinance that provided a situation where come every April of every other year, the commission would know who is next in line to be the mayor, who is in line after that to be the vice mayor, and so on. It would be by commission district. So if Commission District 4, mayor now, in 2 years, it would be the commissioner from District 5, followed by District 1, 2, 3, et cetera. We would have to build in eventualities in the event that one member of the commission was newly elected, and the commission may not want to have a newly elected individual step right into the seat of mayor. So again, the Commissioner Hodgkins' solution was to ensure that you were not eligible to be mayor until you were entering your 2nd term of office. You would at least have had the benefit of a 4-year term and that experience. Again, it's simply implementing that charter provision. It's a policy decision for the commission. I'm simply trying to lay the framework that the commissioner and I discussed. There is an email in the backup which explains some of the various scenarios and considerations we would need to look at. We would need to be creative, again, given some of the uniqueness of our charter, the fact that you were all up for election every 4 years, the fact that we turn over every 2 years the positions. Again, only 2 of you would get to serve in each of those positions every 4 years. But if it was the commission's desire, we could bring back an ordinance that would offer some scenarios to provide for that rotation.
Yeah, and I'd like to emphasize the reason for this is that the process that happened at the last selection was tainted, and it shouldn't have been. And it should have been a really forthcoming outcome. And instead, we had we had a person who didn't vote, which is a requirement. And I think that I'm sure there's penalties for that at some point, but I'm not sure what they are. I would have to talk to our town attorney about that. But anyway, the idea is to make it a fair process.
Discussion? We can't hear you.
I was asking. the city-
Under Chapter 112, you are required to vote unless you are absent from a meeting, unless you have a voting conflict, or unless under Chapter 286, you have the appearance of a voting conflict.
And you have to fill out a form.
You do, Form 8B. Unless one of those three things occur, then you are required to vote in the state of Florida.
So the first thing, I was not aware of that. No one told us, and when I left, it was the vacation time start. But after that, the commission decided to be a special meeting, and then they voted, and which is I was totally unknown. So what is the penalty
Commissioner,
coming from?
you were not in attendance. If you are not in attendance at a meeting, you can't be compelled to vote. Unless you have a voting conflict, you have to vote in Florida. If you are absent from a meeting, there's no requirement that you vote if you are not present at a meeting. You can't vote retroactively. You can't vote by proxy. You need to be either physically present, or if there is a physical quorum in the room, you can vote by telephone or by Zoom or some other remote connection. But if you are not physically at a meeting, you do not vote on the item, and the minutes would reflect your absence.
Oh, okay.
I just want
So what Bills wants now, like, because I did not vote, and then actually, what was his proposal to just the process to fair, or?
The point I was trying to make, Misha, was the fact that because you weren't here to vote, or whatever your reason was for not voting, is that it skewed the process. And in order to have a fair process, we need all five of us here at the time of the vote. We can't.
So you want to reprocess again? That's all you're asking for?
I'm sorry?
You want to reprocess the vote again? That's all you're asking for?
No.
If I may, Commissioner, I think the commissioner.
Rules in the future.
I want to put rules in the
For the
future.
for process to fair for in future?
Yes.
Yeah, I think the commissioner is looking for a system in your code that would take away the discretion, that would provide for a rotation. So if the commissioner from District 1 was the mayor this 2-year term, the commissioner from District 2 would be the mayor after that, then followed by 3, followed by 4, and there would be a rotation from mayor. Presumably the vice mayor would ascend to the mayor, the clerk commissioner would ascend to the vice mayor, and there would be a rotation based on commission district. We would have to artfully craft an ordinance that provided for that rotation. Again, there are some unique challenges because you could have a situation where you have somebody who serves one term, doesn't run for reelection, or is defeated in the next election. And you have new people coming in, and their seat, their commission district, could be next in the rotation to be mayor. And the commission may not want to have somebody elected for the first time stepping into the seat of mayor. So there are some challenges that we would need to work through if the commission wanted to implement a rotation. Not required to do it. Again, there are cities that have a system like that in place, particularly for the vice mayor, which I'm aware of, and I included one example in your backup. But Commissioner Hotchkiss is suggesting something to consider that provided for a rotation for all of the commission offices.
I agree.
Yeah, and I may or may not be here for that rotation whenever it happens, but I just think it should be a fair process so that it's not in doubt of why it turned out the way it did.
Sure, I see you have something to say.
I was gonna ask a couple questions. So you're looking for an automatic rotation, and then would that not require it to go back to the voters since that's not what they voted on? That's what I'm trying to understand.
It's an ordinance that would implement the charter provision. The charter
Provision does not say automatic rotation
No,
from one district to the next.
the charter requires a change every 2 years. The commission can determine what that change looks like. That's all the ordinance would do.
So, personal opinion here, I think it's getting too convoluted. We passed it, the residents passed the charter amendment which says it rotates every 2 years. I think that is where it needs to stay. And discretion is important when it comes to the commission among the group of us, depending on who's up here at the time. Not saying I'm going to be here, after the next term, or any of us will be here after the next term, or who's going to be here. Our charter isn't, or our election isn't written properly, where there is staggered positions and different votes, among the positions. So the entire commission can change within one election, and you have 5 new people sitting up here for the next 4 years that may have no knowledge, no history. And so the learning curve with TikTok is getting loud,
Sorry.
So, but the learning curve for an entire new commission coming in would not really be a good thing. So, I think the commission having discretion up here, say there's only one person that makes it back through the election. If you're putting in positions like that, or criteria, all kinds of criteria, it's making it too complicated. Keep things simple, move it forward. That's
The problem that I saw with it was that it only took one person to throw the whole thing out the window and make it a 2-2.
Yeah, but we also had one person not here at the meeting.
That's what I'm saying. I could deliberately stay home and just to skew the vote.
You could, but that's really unethical to do that.
Certainly it is unethical. My point.
You can put it on as a line item and discuss it at the meeting.
Agree.
I agree.
Let's see here. Discussion and possible action regarding the reporting. I'm sorry, 914. Discussion and possible action regarding reporting structure. Sorry, that's where we were. I forgot to mark it.
No,
out.
you're right. You're right.
Guys,
914.
It's getting long. We've been here a few hours already, so.
Yeah.
We're all getting punchy.
9.15.
9.14. 14, Mayor. You were correct.
You were right.
Was I right?
Yeah.
9.14.
Oh, damn. Okay,
Yeah,
it's time to go home. Did you see the chief? He's like, let's get out of here. Discussion and possible
Table the
action
rest.
regarding the reporting structure and oversight of responsibility of certain town positions hired by the town commission, Commissioner Mohammed.
I basically put this item on the agenda just for clarification purposes because there seems to be some confusion over directors and who they report to. It has historically been those positions that are hired by the commission report to the commission and are terminated by the commission. And so I just wanted to make sure that that was clear because there's been a lot of kind of discussion that, oh no, this one was hired by the commission, but they don't get fired by the commission, they get fired by the city manager. Or, we have historically in the past, we've hired the assistant town manager for over the last 25 years. And then over the summer, we ended up with a assistant city manager. And then this assistant city manager was again let go by the manager. And I'm like, wait. Our authorities being eroded by this lack of clarity. So I just wanted to make sure that it's perfectly clear that those positions that are hired by the commission that report to the commission are also terminated by the commission, and that would include the assistant town manager, the HR director, as well as the IT department.
Well,
So-
the town charter actually specifies the positions in it. I haven't pulled it up in a while, but I do believe they're written in there, are they not?
May I? So the mayor commission put an item on the ballot along with the officer rotation item last November. And I'll just read it for the record. Section 15 of the town charter. The town commission shall hire or engage by contract an individual or firm to serve in the following positions: town manager, town clerk, public works director, building official, town attorney, finance director, town planner, and chief of police. These positions shall be considered charter officers of the town of Pembroke Park and shall report directly to the town commission. Town commission shall adopt job descriptions for each of these positions and may, by ordinance, further set forth duties and responsibilities for each position.
So then those would be the charter positions. Now,
But not
okay,
necessarily director positions.
what's that?
But not necessarily the director positions, because it doesn't include all the director positions.
Yeah, but that's per the charter, those are the
Those are chartered
positions that we're responsible for.
No, those are the chartered officer positions. There's kind of a,
So is there anything else in writing that says what we're responsible for or not?
well, all
Is
those,
there an ordinance or?
well, all those hires have always been done by resolution on this dais. Remember, we advertise those positions, we give the direction, we hire those positions. We have resolutions that basically say we took an action to hire those positions.
But is that,
I didn't include
If
them.
they
because
hired you,
there are
then-
certain positions that were chartered that weren't necessarily directors, because you know that, like, if you want to hold other office in other cities, they had a little, you couldn't do that. So that's why I didn't include all the other director positions that are hired when I pushed that item through before.
Commission is only responsible for the director, right?
The ones that we hire,
Yes, the directors.
and chartered positions.
so you are suggesting a change to the charter?
I wasn't necessarily directing a change to the charter, because historically, those positions have, again, always been hired and fired by the commission. Bradley was hired when? That was brought before the commission. We voted on that. So if we vote to hire somebody, we vote to fire somebody. Nobody has the authority to do that other than us, because technically it's something that we do as the commission, as the commission body.
I
So,
agree.
Mr. Horowitz, do you suggest that we then change the charter so that reflects the reality of,
Well, I think, I certainly think the charter should be clear, and at least the voters should have an opportunity to reflect the intent of the commission. Again, to the extent you want to change the charter, that would need to go back on the ballot, which is certainly the prerogative of the commission. My understanding, and again, I could be mistaken, my understanding is when the commission placed an item on the ballot last November, the intent was to define which of those positions would be charter officers who reported directly to the commission.
That's what I thought too.
With-
And those
with-
were the positions
And
that,
again, any number of positions could at the time have been included in the ordinance. The commission vetted the ordinance through 2 readings, public hearing, went on the ballot.
So we can amend it by making an amendment to the charter?
Well, yes, but remember, that needs to be on the ballot. So the answer is yes, but we would need to prepare an item, an ordinance, to put on the ballot next November. We're already working on one for redistricting. But if the commission wanted to provide some clarity with regards to other positions in the town, I think having that clarity for the commission, for your professional staff, would bring a lot of value. I mean, I agree with Commissioner Mohammed. There appears to be some uncertainty. And I think to the extent that it can be better clarified, would serve everybody and better serve the town, better serve the town manager. I think that would be very helpful.
I don't disagree with Mohammed, but I would like to have it in the charter so it's crystal clear for everybody.
But just so I understand, we currently define, based on the item that was adopted by the voters last November, again, half a dozen or 8 or so positions. Is the intent to offer another ordinance to expand that list of positions, contract that list of positions?
It's going to go in the charter, well, for a vote.
So,
But
okay.
I understand.
We're both kind of on the same page. Well, we hired these people after that was passed.
I
and so
understand.
That was a commission body's decision.
I understand.
So therefore, it
should
still
be their
needs to stay a
decision, too.
commission body's decision. And the fact that it has been precedence
Yeah.
for all of the ACMs, all of the,
But so I just want to make sure I understand.
What you
So
call
so the intent is to add, I'm hearing assistant manager, I heard HR director, and
IT
and the
director.
IT director
Directors.
to the charter as charter officers who report to the commission.
Yes.
okay, so now I'm gonna throw a wrench in this. What if we end up deciding at some point down the road, going with the consulting firm versus going with the individual?
The charter contemplates that. It's an individual or an entity, like your planners are consultants.
Yeah.
That is contemplated.
Add the planner as well, because the
planner's in
planner
there.
was
Pla- pla-
always
planner's
a
in there.
commission. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it was funny because, like, I don't want to, the reason I did it the way I did it last year was because of the fact that, yes, we have those positions, those director positions that are hired and fired by the commission. That's a commission decision. Commission body creates and makes those decisions. But when you make those charter positions, they also can't, like, hold jobs somewhere else. And that's what I was concerned about, because, like, you remember, like, with Dr. Levy and, like, the management stuff and all that, they had that, like, little extra
Well, there's I think,
stuff.
I think what
And I didn't want to do that for all the other directors, but just for the main directors that would have like higher ethical obligations.
I think what you're referring to is a dual office holding.
Yes.
And there's a provision, it's not in the state law, it's actually the Florida Constitution, it's not in Florida statutes, that prohibits a person serving in an office from serving in another office at the same time. The term office, conveniently enough, is not defined. There are probably 50 opinions of the Attorney General's office examining whether specific positions are considered to be offices. The commissioner referenced Dr. Levy. I don't know all of the history with regards to Dr. Levy. I'll tell you, before I was involved with the town, I had sort of wondered how an elected official in one municipality was able to serve as a manager, administrator in another municipality. I did not understand that.
Because he was an ICMA. He had to come out of ICMA, but he was considered, because the town had a town administrator, not a town manager.
Well, and I came,
That was
again,
that
and I understand, I came to learn that after the fact, because the manager is not an office in the town of Pembroke Park. A city manager in just about every other municipality is an office. That is one of the unique quirks about this. So with respect to Mr. Lynch, he couldn't go run for office in another municipality in Broward County. Because now, as a charter officer,
Are you ready?
there are certain constraints.
So are we going to give directions?
But what I'm hearing is I'd like to bring back an ordinance to propose another amendment to the charter to add those three positions to avoid any confusion, provide some clarity.
Planner for
Well, planner's already there. Planner's already in it.
The planner's in there.
Planner was already done.
It's already listed.
My thing was if we decided to use a contracting firm versus.
Well, and let me just read the language again. It says, "The town commission shall hire or engage by contract
Okay.
an individual or firm to serve," and then it lists those
Still have
positions.
that option.
The planner would not be an issue. Remember, you never had a police chief before.
Right.
The police chief is now codified in the charter as a charter officer. But again, for the record, it's a
Can't
manager,
run for office.
town manager. Well,
Chief. But now, here's my question. So every position that we do now, so are you going to say that my administrative assistant needs to be, because we hire and fire administrative assistant, that now we need to put that as a charter officer?
I don't know. I think your administrative assistant would be different.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, these are directors. Like, I don't see the purpose in putting every single position that we hire versus just using precedent to
Me off
hire
the-
and fire.
The other option or way to look at the issue is you've got a town manager, and you have an ordinance that lays out the duties and responsibilities of your town manager. Right? Everybody who doesn't report to the commission works for your town manager. But the commission control the responsibilities of the manager through the code. So if the commission essentially had an ordinance that established your administrative assistants, the admins who work for the commission, to work directly for each of you individually, you could do that by ordinance. That would not
So then
require
I
a charter
can do
amendment.
this by ordinance for these director positions, since they are already hired and fired by the commission? Do I have to necessarily make them chartered officers? Because precedent is they were always hired and fired by the commission, even though they weren't in the charter even before.
Yeah, I mean, it's it can only be done, in my opinion, in the context of where the commission's authority ends and the manager's authority begins. But the commission, as a commission form of government, you all get to control that. You know, I mean, I don't get to control where your authority ends and the manager's begins. You get to define that. So, I mean, we can, if you don't want them to be charter officers, again, that's okay. But having as much clarity as you can in the charter and having all these.
Well, every
positions-
last one of them has a resolution hiring them.
Well, because your code requires it.
So
It's not a legal. I mean, it's only a legal requirement to the extent that your code says that the public works director and the finance director are adopted or are hired by resolution. But that's not because your code requires it. You could that could be eliminated from your code and they could be hired by motion. So again, that's also within the policy of the commission.
Mr. Mayor, if the town attorney is going to draft something to look at as it relates to that, for the purposes of changing the charter, the only thing I would ask that, I just have a chance to see what that's about before.
Yeah,
In other words, if the commission would have them begin work on it, and then I can have an opportunity to review that as well.
And we push this back to the next workshop.
Sure.
but the direction still remains that they were hired by us precedent is they are fired by us.
Again,
That's what I wanna-
if that is how the commission interprets it, I mean,
That's the way I would
Yeah.
interpret
yeah,
it.
if
That's what we all
that's
interpret
how
it
the
as.
commission interprets it, I'm not going to stand in the way of that. I don't have a problem with that.
I'm okay with that.
Are you guys okay with that?
For liability reasons, I'd rather have something in writing personally. So
Well, you're going to have something in writing, but I mean, precedent is we hired Noel, we fired Noel. We hired Agatha, we fired Agatha. We hired Tom, we fired Tom.
Yeah.
Well, members of the
We
commission.
hired Aline, we fired Aline. I mean,
I'm going to ask
that's
you,
why I just
Julie.
want to make sure.
Again, I'd like to see something in writing before anything gets any further on this subject.
I mean, again, and under the duties of the responsibility, and this is sort of for the manager's benefit. Under his duties and responsibilities, the town manager is in charge of, responsible for, and accountable to the town commission for the day-to-day operations of all departments, and shall prepare a written monthly report to the town commission as to the operations of the same. He prepares a weekly report to the commission in his Friday letter. I mean, you all get that report way more than the code requires. But again, he's responsible for the day-to-day operations of all your departments. I think it would behoove the manager and your employees to know who they ultimately report to.
And the other side of that is the town manager, regardless of who it is, it has to have control of his team. You know, and
I agree
bring
with
in-
that.
You know, if everything's under the charter, then the manager has. It's not really a manager per se. The manager has whoever the commission puts up there. You know, I think this is getting again to be quite a bit.
I feel like we're splitting hairs because it's always been this way, and our directors still report to us, even though the manager's here for the day-to-day operations, which is what he does regardless of whether those directors report to us or they report to him. We
Well,
still, I would like. that
Historically,
the people
though,
we
to hire somebody takes months.
No, but I want to make,
Someone employed here through the commission.
well, I still want to make sure the ones that we hire are still responsive to us. They report to us, and we're the ones who hired them, so we should be the ones to terminate them. It shouldn't be we hired somebody and then somebody else has the authority to terminate them when this is who we picked.
Well, okay, so if we go back previously, we had situations where we had people that were put here by the commission. Not going to name names, but say certain finance department where we had several violent outbursts and the manager had to take action, you know, without the commission. That was when JC was here. We had similar with our former town attorney and former town clerk. We had some issues, internal issues that were handled, you know, and then it was prolonged because it had to be brought before the commission. You know, we had one individual that should have been terminated by the commission. The manager suspended that person from being in town hall.
But that's
And
what we do.
but the commission opted not to and kept that problem here in town hall, but the commission was unaware of what was actually going on here in town hall. And then 2 months later, that position was ultimately terminated by the commission, but the staff had to deal with those 2 months timeframe. You
Still a
know
commission.
what I mean?
Here's the thing. It's still a commission decision. That's the whole thing about it. The directors, they report directly to the commission. They are responsible to us. The manager still has the ability to suspend if suspension is warranted, but it's ultimately there are certain positions that's our departments. Those are our responsibilities, and I don't want to.
What you're saying?
I don't want to diminish our authority.
I
Is
got
what I'm
I
saying is
understand what
I
you're
don't want to diminish that. And then in addition, there are certain departments that we've kept as responsive to the commission because of the fact that those are sensitive positions where if you have a complaint regarding the manager, who's going to go to somebody who's underneath the manager to report it? The same thing with IT. We had an issue with the audit before where Ground Associates sent management letter after management letter after management letter, and the manager directed them to delete it from the commissioner's inbox. And I ended up having to get a call from Senator Breenan to say, hey, you guys are in trouble. And we're like, well, what are you talking about? So that's why those positions have been solely responsive to the commission.
I understand.
So
We
that,
don't
yeah.
want to see power usurped from us,
Yeah.
to the town manager, no offense.
That's right.
But at the same time, the town manager needs to be able
fair
to
about it.
Yeah. Well,
run
I
the
mean,
town.
Well, I'm gonna,
he's running the town. I mean, he's still responsible to make sure people come to work, make sure their timesheets are done and everything else.
if I could be heard on this matter, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, I did not realize this was going to evolve into the discussion we're having tonight. This directly affects my management authority in the town. It affects it directly. So, and I haven't had a chance to study it or address it because based on what's written here, it just says reporting structure and oversight responsibilities. I didn't realize we're going to get the discussion that Commissioner Mohammed has generated here, which is fine. So I'm going to ask this commission to kick this to the next workshop so I can prepare to present my own position on this and you can make a decision.
I agree.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
Thank you.
All right, 915, this is me. Discussion on the possible action regarding publication of agendas, town commission meetings, and related agenda items, procedures. So I made a mistake, and I'm here to fess up to the mistake I made. I sent out an email telling everyone that Friday by 5 o'clock before the meeting, your documents had to be submitted to the town clerk. The town attorney let me know that I was a day short on that. It's supposed to be 6 days, which puts us at Thursday at 5 p.m. So with this in mind,
We're talking about procedure for the agenda.
procedure for the agendas. So I will send out another email after this. Actually, this doesn't need voted on. We already have it in place.
There's no
I'm
action.
going to send out another email to everybody
Correct.
correcting that.
Yeah.
Thursday at 5 p.m. You all documents need to be submitted to the town clerk that will appear on the agenda. This also gives Friday the day for them to prepare the agenda and prepare
I want my book
Ashura's encyclopedia she collects every meeting.
that I would like at Friday instead, because like even today, I'm kind of laughing.
I will
because
resend out another email again, but it will be Thursday, so the day will be corrected for everyone. Thursday at 5 helps the clerk's office out a little bit.
And I'm just going to point out something. So just so you know, my book is incorrect and it was printed Tuesday morning because there was an add-on after this book was printed Tuesday morning.
Don't you have some kind of computer too?
No. Do you see me with a computer? My eyes don't do computers.
Right.
All right. That's a correction. Okay. 916, designation of delegate for National League of Cities annual business. Who's all going?
That's going to be Eric.
What's that?
Am I the only one?
Eric, the delegate.
You're going, right?
You know what? Everybody wants to rotate. I was delegate for 20 years.
Yeah, but you.
No.
You going?
So much else on
you want the
my.
rotation, you got to take the rotation.
No,
Two heads are better than one.
I think the vice mayor should step up and be the delegate.
Giving me too much already.
No.
Take it. Be the delegate.
Yeah,
One of you guys
I
pick.
got too
It's
much
normally the
going
last
on.
day.
You wanna be-
The delegate thing. It's normally the last day of the
No, I
conference.
It's the last day
And
you
you
attend the
literally,
business.
Yeah, I have
literally
to-
have to stay till the end of the conference for it. Because it's like the last.
It's one of the
item.
three of you, so we get to sit.
It's not me. I
You can vote.
No, I.
And sure, I have the experience. So
I have the
always say
experience,
you
I'm
have to
done.
have experience. I think Ashura's on the hook.
No.
Her
You
own
guys
hook.
want to rotate. I'm giving you the opportunity to hold these positions.
Nah.
Yes.
That's like. That is so
Play rock,
selective.
paper, scissors
I
here in
know.
a minute.
I'm commissioner of nothing. I'm just going to say.
Yeah.
Be one volunteer.
Next year.
Misha,
No.
We're going to volunteer
That
Eric.
will be the.
No. I
Agree to
have so
volunteer
much.
Eric. Is there a
Yes.
motion on the floor to second?
Let's should vote for it.
Yeah, that's not how it works.
Take it. You'll be fine with it. Learn something from it.
Listen, I got so much with the legislative and Broward County, League of Broward. and-
All it is at this meeting, you attend the business meeting.
And that's it.
You can do it online.
No.
No, you just have to sit-
You have to be there.
You have to be there, and they're
it's the
basically going to give you a proxy.
It's the business meeting.
She's on next year.
Who?
You. All right,
I don't know about that one.
Eric it is.
She's retiring.
Okay, let's go.
All right, who's doing it?
Eric.
All right. All right, town attorney.
I do have one quick item, Mayor Commission. This is really a housekeeping item. You may recall in 2023, we amended the lobbyist agreements to align the terms, including the agreement with DC Strategies with D. Carper. Unbeknownst to my office at the time, there was an agreement with Ms. Carper's firm that was entered into a year prior. For whatever reason, I don't know if it was a records issue, the clerk at the time, we weren't able to locate that document. But the agreement that was entered into in 2023 expired in 2025, September of this year, as did all of your lobbyist contracts. They were all renewed in October, you may recall. Mr. Lynch, through his due diligence, found the 2022 agreement that we had not previously seen that extended the relationship with Ms. Carper through 2026. So we have essentially two agreements with DC Strategies. At Dave's recommendation, we didn't renew Dee's contract in October because we didn't need to. It was still in effect based on the 2022 agreement. But because we had the 2023 agreement, there are essentially two competing documents. Nobody is at issue with regards to the compensation. Nobody is at issue with regards to the scope. The commission has previously approved both documents. From a housekeeping perspective, I just wanted to bring it to the commission's attention, and unless there is objection, I'm going to amend the 2023 agreement, add the one-year extension that was embraced the year prior, just so the agreement aligns with your other lobbyist contracts.
As long as we didn't pay her twice, right?
Again, doesn't
Everyone okay with direction?
need any further action. Again, the commission's already approved it. It's just cleanup. Thank you, Mayor.
And I
Commission.
just want to point out again, this is where Pembroke Park fails in maintaining a list of contracts when they expire, when we renew. That this has been an ongoing problem for
Oh, wow. Yeah.
a very long time.
I requested a copy of all the
All right.
contracts about a month ago, and I still haven't gotten them.
Town manager? Wait,
Yes,
Please.
brief.
but
Keep it brief.
I'm going to try, but
They're also leaving.
I sent a memo to all of you today, very briefly. The FITSE conference was fantastic. Former Mayor Sher Mohammed was very helpful, and first of all, recommending that we attend it and that we buy a booth, which we did. Mayor Saul and Eli did a great job, made a lot of connections. Matter of fact, I met with a new business operator today that we made a connection over at FITSE, and Commissioner Mohammed also actually attended. And shame on me for not having gotten more of the commissioners involved to attend FITSE. In any case, the setup requirement.
Vice Mayor was there.
Oh, I'm sorry. And Vice Mayor Kashem, yes. In fact, I think I mentioned the Friday letter. In any case, I had to observe a request from Marisol and Eli. Could they stay at the hotel across the street from the convention center because they had to be there at 6:30 in the morning and stay until 7 o'clock at night? I looked at those hours. I looked at what it was involved in they were doing. I said, yes, of course. Then, like in the NFL, this phraseology, after further review, our crack finance department said, Mr. Lynch, you approved those 2 hotel rooms, but we have something in our travel policy, which was passed by ordinance, that prohibits hotel approval if the hotel is in the same county as Broward County. So I gave them permission to do something that our travel policy said they couldn't do. I think you understand the reasoning behind it, but for that reason, I'd like to have on the consent agenda an authorization as it relates to that, because I authorize something that has to be in front of the commission in order to be appropriate, and I'll defer to the town attorney if they're.
You don't need authorization for you to pay the bill. I mean, I don't.
Well,
No,
that's true.
Because that was a mistake.
but there could be justification when say a meeting runs late into the night or something else, where there should be some time frame where you could say it's justified that they stay in the hotel.
I agree, but
And again, I'll just offer this. The commission may recall in 2023, there was an inquiry from the Inspector General's office regarding some travel expenses. And one of their recommendations was the adoption of a travel policy, which the commission at the time did in fact adopt. It tracks the requirements of state law, Chapter 112, that provide for reimbursement, provide for per diem as it relates to lodging, as it relates to food and beverage, et cetera. There is an ordinance in our code which speaks to this issue. The issue is that this was an in-county opportunity, and there's no mechanism to reimburse for lodging or pay for lodging when travel is within Broward County. This was an oversight that your finance department caught, as Dave indicated. Because the ordinance limits reimbursement to travel outside the county, he wanted to bring it to the commission's attention in the interest of transparency and get the commission's consent to the extent that you were willing to simply provide for that reimbursement, notwithstanding the policy of the commission.
can we put on
So
consent,
you're asking
Mr. Chairman?
forgiveness.
Consent.
You're forgiven.
Thank you.
All right. Clerk's office cut and paste isn't working for you. Got to update section 12 and 13. So, Commissioner Mohammed.
Two things. One,
Brief.
I'm gonna be brief. Two things. I just two. Okay. One is I would like for us to possibly at the next commission meeting give a donation to Feeding South Florida and Farm Share, since they're going to be basically picking up the slack since the federal government has stopped SNAP as well as salaries for federal workers. And I know that they're looking for donations in order to be able to cover food for people.
It's a special situation with the government shutdown. So,
Yeah, so I would like for
what kind of money we're looking at?
I don't know, maybe 500 each. I don't know. I have no idea. That's something that we need to call them and see what would help kind of so that we could at least make sure that,
And give the town manager direction.
yeah.
Yeah, I would, we've talked about this before. Feeding South Florida, actually, we made a donation a few months ago to them. It was in front of the commission. They made a special request.
Yeah. But now this is,
Yeah, no, but,
Or
and they're
this
suffering, and so
In a different
so is Farm
situation.
Share. And by the way, Farm Share is also still helping us with the food drives despite these issues. So if there's no objection, I'd do 1,500 for each one of them.
okay,
Sounds like a deal.
okay.
That's direction.
Thank
Okay.
you.
And then the second thing, the health fair is coming up November 8th. And since we don't have food, we normally use the food as an incentive to encourage the residents or the folks to go to each booth and get the information and get it stamped. I would like to do like some prizes or something where that way it still encourages them to get those stamps so that we can bring heavy traffic to the folks that are at the health fair so that they can come back for the following years. Because normally, if for them to be considered helpful for them to actually be able to participate, they have to have so much foot traffic at each table. So we need to do something to kind of encourage them, because the food giveaway is going to be this weekend because we couldn't get the date for next weekend. So I don't know, some kind of prizes, gift cards, I don't know, something.
Coupons to Subway or something.
Something.
I'll
Yeah.
talk to Marisol and Eli, and we'll put something together.
Okay, that was it.
Anything else?
That was it.
Stamps went out years ago. They use these plastic cards now, like debit cards, just so you know.
Okay.
No, we give every vendor a little stampy with a card. We have to stamp the people stamp the little cards.
Commissioner Morissette.
You had nothing?
No.
Okay.
Well, I'm not Hodgkins yet. I went to you. I'm working my way around the table.
Yeah. Okay.
The order's not really there.
We rolled out the Narcan project, gave almost 40 kits out. That was quite surprising that we had that kind of attention to it. We're going to, of course, continue with the project during the health fair. And we are installing a dispenser here at the entrance where people can come in and serve themselves. I mean, if we are lucky just to save one life, this has been worth all the effort. And I'm very thankful to Sharon O'Day, my assistant. She's done a fantastic job.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah, absolutely.
Put the distribution, like sites, not the distribution, the, what do you have, dispenser? If you can get some more of those dispensers, take them to a couple of our apartment complexes where they can put one out in front of their offices.
Yeah, I did talk to our fire chief if we could have one down by the fire station because there's always somebody there. But for liability, they were not too happy about. But that's all right. I think it's a good idea. I'm not sure they are too designed for outdoor.
You can talk to some of the apartment communities or something. Find a solution.
Yeah, but we can get as many as we want. I mean, it's from that Purdue settlement, so there's plenty of them out there.
Yeah,
we're not going to run out. I have some questions to the commission because we talked about the senior program. Are anybody here on the commission working on anything specific for the senior?
I'm getting older every day.
I know you're working on that, but
I'm working with the grant writer on a couple of things that we put forward at the meeting. So like the phone and app program where they call.
Are you okay?
What's that?
That's
Yeah,
the
the Are You
program.
Okay? Yeah,
Are you
that's it. Are you
okay?
Yeah,
It's
there are things that are going forward still.
It's a matter of opinion.
Am I okay? No, it's almost 11. It's or 10. I don't even know what time it is. We've been here too long. So
my assistant and I, we've been working on some subjects, and one of the ones that's very dear to her heart is a technology workshop that would teach digital skills to seniors so they can access all these electronic information systems.
Our one senior already went home in bed tonight.
Yeah.
Bailed out like an hour ago.
Yeah, I think so too. And the next one is a hurricane preparedness buddy, and that means if there is an imminent threat that a neighbor or somebody else can go to a let's say an exposed elderly person that might need some supplies or some guidance, and we'd like to set up a system to encourage that. And then I have been contacted by the University of Miami for a brain health program, and that's a two-string system where they would come and educate people, give them awareness, and if there are subjects in town that would like to have their they would do a
yeah.
Okay,
I knew you were going to say it.
Yeah, they would have. I mean, they would even give people $50 for their for participating in this research. So it's we would bring, or they would come to our community and do the testing here, or bring them down to Miami and for testing down there. And then
Looking for guinea pigs for 50.
yeah, I'm volunteering.
Giving
I'm
you
volunteering. And then the neighbor check-in program, but I think we have something similar with the police, right? That there is a
Are You Okay program.
Right.
yeah. But that's kind of like the same thing we're looking into. Maybe have it, after storms and heat waves and so forth. And then have presentations from agencies that can help and support our community. Explain things to people like Medicare and where to get help and so forth. There seems to be a lack of coordination out there, and I have myself spent a lot of time on the internet trying to find out what resources is there for people. It's not very transparent, and for elderly people, it's very difficult to understand. So if we could find some way of connecting the right people. So these are some of the points we are working on. Can we do like a round table thing one day where we sit down and come up with ideas so we can get the senior program into action.
We have a couple in the works at the moment. Like, we've given direction on those, so let's let those kind of settle in before we start adding anything else. I love the great ideas. The problem is the town of Pembroke Park has always had tons of great ideas, but no follow-through.
Yeah, that's the idea, is not
Overwhelmed with stuff.
to duplicate that two commissioner without knowing what the other one is doing, are still working on the same issue. That's really what this is, to prevent. So if we could have a coordinator, that could be you, we could send our ideas to you and you could coordinate it, and then we make a special workshop for it, because it's a big subject.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, we are, you may know from a couple of the letters I've sent you, we are negotiating with Watkins Elementary for them to turn an entire wing of that school over to our town for the purpose of establishing a senior program. And I think all of these ideas could be incorporated into that program. I don't think I'll be rolling that out for your review till sometime in January, but that's the plan.
All right, that's what I got. Let's leave.
What do you have? Nothing?
Nada.
What do you have?
Okay, 10 seconds. So you all received the email from David. I personally want I want to invite all you guys, if you are available, please join the press release for Bangladesh Consulate General. So we are team. We are working as a team, and your support is needed, and we are representing our town. So if you guys are available, please, I will request to join with us.
November 10th.
And 4 p.m.
All right.
Thank you.
Only thing I have is Friday is Halloween. Whatever neighborhood you live in or drive in, be very vigilant for children out walking. Let's try and make this a safe Halloween. If you're looking for any last-minute costume ideas, Spirit Halloween Store has some great Broward-themed costumes. I think they'd be excellent. So,
Sister City Project.
but next, we have a couple announcements. We just don't have dates with them. We'll have a regular commission meeting next month. We'll have a special magistrate hearing next month. And we're going to have adjournment.
Food giveaway November 1st.
What?
November 1st.
November 1st, yes, we have a food giveaway with Farm Share at the Preserve. And the November 8th Health Fair. And then after that, a commission meeting some Wednesday after that.
And then the turkey.
November 12th.
And then turkey's on the 20, what is that?
Okay,
24th.
listen, that's not all on there. We'll put it on the 12th,
Turkey,
all right?
turkey giveaway November 24th. Turkey pardoning also on November 24th.
Turkey hunting, so I hear.
And a tree lighting ceremony on the 25th.
See, we're all good. All right.
Okay.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Time is 6:10. No.
6:10.